Tradoon. Tradoon. Tradoon.
Ontogeny.
Tradoon.
Ontogeny.
Glue is cheap.
Ontogeny.
Girder.
An armored giant, wreaking his prehistoric fury on modern man and his puny machines.
Welcome to We Sing Dinosaurs. Deinonychus lived in the early Cretaceous period, after Allosaurus and before Tyrannosaurus Rex.
One of the most fearsome hunters wasn't big at all. He measured close to 10 feet long and only 5 feet tall. Deinonychus, with his powerful jaws. Deinonychus, with his terrible claws. When they fight a likely foe, they race to the attack.
I actually really like this song.
With his powerful jaws, Deinonychus, with his terrible
This song
claws. His arms were long to hold his prey, sharp claws were used to grip. But the deadly claw was on his foot, the one he used to rip. Deinonychus, with his powerful jaws. Deinonychus, with his terrible claws. Wasn't a big dinosaur, but still the sound to say. He must have been the very fierce hunter on the shore. Deinonychus, with his powerful jaws. Deinonychus.
Well, hello, everybody. Welcome back to Paleontologizing. So good to have you here today. Glad you could join me. We're gonna have a fun time on today's stream. A very, very happy Thursday Birds Day to one and all. We'll get into that probably a couple hours. So I hope you've got your bird photos ready and submitted to the Discord. And, apart from that, I think we'll just kind of tool around a little bit. We'll do a bunch of Q&A, and I found a neat little dinosaur documentary to watch, too, that has my undergrad advisor in it, Dave Baricchio, so we'll take a look at that also. And I keep forgetting to play Metazoa, too, so we'll do a quick round of Metazoa today, unless we get distracted. We got distracted yesterday, in a good way. Anyway, I hope you enjoyed the joint stream with Balint yesterday. The what? I'm sorry. The who? I didn't catch that. You'll have to say it again? Again, please? The what? The what? Asazi, 12 months of support. Thank you very much for that, Asazi. Thank you very, very much. Appreciate you. The pleats? That's probably what it was, Lenina. Yeah, like a baleen whale has on its throat to expand it. Pleats. Anyway, it's good to see everybody. I hope you enjoyed the science crossover stream with Balint. I need to come up with some sort of a better name for that. But that was a lot of fun yesterday, and thanks for understanding about me ending our stream here a little bit early so we could jump in there, and also starting late. I think that might become our regular Wednesday routine now, I'll have to say. Anyway, where are my manners? For those of you who might be new, because I'm sure we've got some new folks, welcome to Paleontologizing.
Really spectacular. Spared no expense.
SP gifted a tier 1 sub to Mega
And
Movement.
Espy, holy cow, do I appreciate that.
Sub
Thank you,
daily.
thank you. Not 199 out of 200, not on my watch. Thank you, Espy. Check that out. 200 out of 200. Took us almost 2 weeks, but we made our goal from last week. Thank you, Espy. And thank you, Joshua Sweet, for those 100 bits. We did indeed reach our sub goal. I appreciate that very much. Welcome back, Joshua Sweet. I hope all is well with you. It's good to see you. Now, where was I? Oh yeah, introducing myself and welcoming any new folks here to Paleontologizing. If you're here for the very first time, welcome, welcome. And let me introduce myself. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. And, I study dinosaurs, obviously. You know already that A paleontologist is a fossil scientist. A scientist who studies fossils, not a fossilized scientist. Anyway, I study dinosaur fossils in particular, hence dinosaur paleontologist. As you could probably guess, looking at the ankylosaur skull right here on my wall. It's a lovely 3D print. Yeah, I study dinosaurs. I publish on dinosaurs in the scientific literature. I go to various scientific meetings and present research, talk with other paleontologists. I go out and do fieldwork and dig up dinosaurs during the summers. Check out the YouTube page if you want to see our live stream recordings from this summer. We're digging up at least 3 new species of dinosaur in Wyoming and in Utah this summer. I'm really looking forward to getting back out there in 2024. And thank you.
A paleontologist isn't just a pale scientist.
No, we usually get a pretty good tan out there in the field, Joshua Sweet. I appreciate your 100 bits there. And the joke, too. 250 bits, rather, Joshua Sweet. Thank you very, very much. Added on to those 100 from before. Appreciate you. Welcome back. Yeah. Yeah, anywho. Welcome to Paleontologizing, everybody. We're gonna have a pretty laid-back stream today. I didn't have a whole lot of time to prepare stuff because I had to make a run to my old apartment this morning in order to pick up some things, including this Euplocephalus skull right here from this wonderful armored dinosaur. It's difficult to, like, display it properly because it's just such a... It's a bizarre shape. It's, like, wider than it is long. Unlike most dinosaur skulls. Come on, magnets. There we are. Check that out. The armored skull of Euplocephalus. This is an ankylosaur. So, oftentimes when you see ankylosaurs...
Raptor was the most dangerous dinosaur around.
There's an ankylosaur expert there. I appreciate you, Mikey Likes. Holy cow. 33 months. It is almost a whole year, isn't it? Appreciate you, Mikey Likes. And, anyway, yeah. Oftentimes when you see Ankylosaurus depicted in popular media, what you're actually seeing is Euplocephalus, because we've got more complete specimens of this animal, Euplocephalus, than we do Ankylosaurus. Anyway, there's the magnet that I'm using to stick it on the wall. But pretty cool, right? Nice 3D print there. I guess I could have tried it like that. Can I hang it up that way? Let's see. Let's give this a shot here. Oh yeah, that should be very doable. One there and one there. Ooh. I don't know if that quite works as well. We'll go for it. Raise this one up a little bit. Oh, I can't. It's... Oh, there we go. Yeah. Not too shabby. Not too shabby at all. Yeah. Euplocephalus. Good stuff. You can see it better the way? Cool, Asazi. Cool, cool, cool. I'm glad to hear it. I just installed a new light today, too. Hopefully that should help a little bit. With being able to see, it gives a little bit more definition there. And it's maidenhair ferns. But yeah, good stuff. Euplocephalus. You think it looks awesome? Thanks, Little Pink Pony. I appreciate that. Yeah. And Allegazia says, kind of looks like a snapping turtle. Ooh, let me show you what this animal would look like in life. Euplocephalus. E-U-O... Euplocephalus. There we go. There's a pretty decent one right there. Although Oh, I've seen better. That's a pretty decent Eupliocephalus right there, with a person for scale. It's often helpful to have that kind of scale, you know? Yeah. Eupliocephalus. It's a decent-sized animal. Not the biggest of the ankylosaurs, but maybe the most well-known from fossils. Eupliocephalus. Well, no. From North America. Well, no, that's not even true. The point is, it's better known than Ankylosaurus is from the fossils. Yeah. And, good stuff. Yeah. Anyway, critters need to cooperate and evolve mounting hardware. Steely Dan. Yeah. I don't know, I'm pretty happy with how things are working out so far with these different things I have on display here. Yeah. But yeah. Anyway. Good stuff. Who else is here in chat? Let's scroll through real quick. The top of chat is already gone, but we've got, so to speak, Valenia, Astro Phil, Risudegu, Dinosaur Dave, Claire Burst, Morphosaurus, Tommy Ploticus, Birds Are Dead On, Cyant Streams, That Texas Cryptid, Barnacle Bum, Risudegu, bunch of repeats, Steely Dan, Golganek, Jody Fish, Asazi, Tony Is My Baby. How are you all doing here? It's wonderful to have you. Jedi Mega Man, hello. Brant Gerga says, are you aware of the Indiana Dinosaur Museum in progress, being done, as I understand, by the owner of the South Bend Chocolate Company? Yeah, when I was in South Bend, Indiana a couple years ago, that would have been summer of 2022, I heard about this from various people in the town, you know? It's kind of like an episode of one of those old Western shows where, like, the guy wanders into town and the townspeople are like, oh, well, you're new here. Well, let me tell you what's new going on in town. We've got a new museum being built. I had like 3 people tell me this when I was in South Bend, Indiana. So I heard about it while I was there, which is cool. Yeah, it's interesting. They're probably going to buy a bunch of commercial specimens and stuff, but hopefully they actually start their own research and fieldwork program, which would be really cool. We'll see if that happens. Sandwich Nom Nom, how are you doing? Welcome. MS Coggins, hello. Creatrix Brit, how are you doing, Brit? It's good to see you, as always. Harissa, hello to you. Alex Vixen, welcome. And Confused Echidna, it's great to see you as always. Likewise, Echidna. Feelings mutual. Glad you're here. And let's see. Scrolling. Almost down to the bottom of chat. Getting there. Lara Gale, how are you doing? How do you have it? And Hugin says, is it possible that non-avian dinosaurs used tools like modern birds and crocodiles? Certainly, Hugin, yeah. You saw that in Prehistoric Planet, right? With the Troodontids setting fires? Yeah. That arsonist Troodontid.
Tradoon.
Yeah.
Tradoon.
You remember this, right? Oh, hang on a sec. Let me get this set up properly. There we are.
Most animals flee from the flames. But for some, the disaster creates opportunity.
Hey, Diagonal. Welcome. Good to have you here. And Gimpleg. We're shaking.
This 6-foot-long dinosaur, a Troodontid, is one of the smaller members of the theropod group.
Hey, Cooking Fat. Hope you're doing well, too. It's good to see you. And Gabrielle the Achillibator says, this has been one of the best Christmases ever. And you're one of the reasons why. Thanks for being one of the best gifts this year. And making 2023 a lovely... Holy cow, Gabriel. I appreciate that more than you know. That is... Thank you for the kind words. Thank you very much for the kind words. That kind of feedback is wonderful, and I really appreciate it. Thank you for welcoming me into your world, and thanks for being part of this community. I appreciate you. Thank you very much.
Really spectacular. Spared no expense.
And thank you, Dinosaur Dave, for gifting Gabriel there.
One sub to Gabriel the Achillobator.
I really appreciate
They have given
that.
520 gift subs in the channel.
Excellent. Holy cow, Dinosaur Dave. It's a tremendous number of gift subs. Thank you for your ongoing support. How's your trip going, by the way, Dinosaur Dave? I hope it's been really, really good. It's good to have you here, as always.
Huge eyes give it a cute sight, even in this smoky gloom.
It is a cute sight, isn't it?
And for its size, its brain is one of the largest on the planet.
For its size, its brain is large. Its brain is large
It is the
for its
most
brain size.
intelligent, adaptable, and successful hunter in the Arctic. At the far's edge, Troodontids gather to prey on animals that are trying to escape the flames.
Hey, Phoenix Firestar. Hello, hello. So did Troodontids really do this?
Fire creates more opportunities for the most ingenious Arctic hunter of its time.
It's not difficult to imagine them actually doing this. Watch out, little mammals. Correct.
Success.
And here's a link to that video, by the way, from Prehistoric Planet. If you've not watched that series yet, you are missing out. And yeah, I got the mammal birds are dead on. Yeah. I would have liked to hear more. We think maybe based on living animal behavior. Yeah, Clearbird, because it is something that modern birds will do. There's a kind of Australian bird that does that. That will it will purposefully help spread fires in order to flush out more prey. Is it an Australian bird or is it from Africa? Maybe there's two. I don't know. Aussie magpie? I don't know. I'm not sure. Oh, Dinosaur Dave says we have a bird in Australia that does exactly that. Makes fighting bushfires a pain as they'll spread the fire far faster and wider than the wind. Why is every creature dangerous in Australia? Even the birds are a fire hazard. That's wonderful, Dinosaur Dave. Yeah. And Dinosaur Dave also says the trip is going well. Power was out where I am this morning because someone crashed into a power pole. Drivers, am I right? Guess who had a hot breakfast because their camper trailer had solar and way too many batteries. Very nice. You were prepared, Dinosaur Dave. Good for you. That's excellent. Yeah. And Celeste, how are you doing? Howdy, howdy. I'm using this stream closed captioner here. I haven't actually tried the native Twitch closed captioner yet. And apparently this closed captioner is having some difficulty at the moment. Testing. Testing. Let's refresh it. Testing, testing. Closed captioner is go. Closed captioner is go. There we go. It doesn't seem to be as good as it used to be. But that's okay. Yeah. And Ragnarocker, oh, this is Euoplocephalus right here. Yeah, my 3D printed Euoplocephalus skull. Thank you, Lenina, for pointing that out. Anyway, good stuff. Let's get into a little game of Metazoa, shall we? I've forgotten to do this since the last time that we did it on, what, Friday? It's been almost a week. I've been neglectful, but let's do this. If you're not familiar with this, it's a game that we started playing last week, which is really cool. It's kind of like Wordle, the word guessing game, if you're familiar with that. I know that was really popular on social media a while ago. This is like that, but with animals. And you have to try and guess what the mystery animal of the day is by narrowing it down phylogenetically. Basically by doing phylogenetic bracketing. It's really cool. And so, without further ado...
Hold on to your butts.
Let's get into it. So, we have to find this mystery animal here. And so what I'm going to do is... It often pays to try a mammal first, so let's try a placental mammal. Let's try... What kind of placental mammal? Let's try a squirrel. And holy cow! Yeah, we are already. Oh man, see, this is why you try a placental mammal first. We know we're within clade Boroeutheria. So the answer and squirrel have this in common. They're both Boroeutherian mammals. So let me show you what that means here. Boroeutheria. Boroeutherian? Oh goodness. Let's go to mammal. I probably spelled Boroeutheria wrong. It's Boreo. Thank you, Diagonal. Yeah. So here we've got mammals. Oh, and I've got some kind of gnat or something in here. Or if that's one of Balent's fruit flies. Therian mammals, placental mammals, Boroeutheria. Although I heard Fisher pronounce it Boroeutheria, and it might be Boroeutheria. Anyway, so I guessed squirrel, and it wasn't a squirrel, but it's something within Boroeutheria. If it had been a rodent or a primate, it would have given me this clade right here, Euarchontoglires. So we can tell it's not a primate, and it's not a rodent or a lagomorph or one of their relatives. So this is really nice. Basically, we can just knock off most of the Boroeutheria branch right here, because we know it's not a Euarchontoglire. It's gotta be a Laurasiathere. So those are things like bats, hedgehogs, perissodactyls like rhinoceros and horses and stuff. Let's see if it's a carnivoran, though. If it's a lion, tiger, bear, weasel, hyena, or what. Let's try cat. And okay, it is not a cat, but it's some other kind of Laurasiathere, so we know we're on the right track. Fully expected that, but it's good to have some confirmation. So, it's not going to be on the cat branch. So we know it's not going to be... Goodness, if it were something in the same clade as cats, if there were a carnivoran... carnivorans are up here, right? Carnivorans. If it were a carnivoran... Because we guessed cat, it would tell us, and it would say, oh, you know, carnivora right here, but it's not. So the last common ancestor that our mystery animal has in common with a cat, last common ancestor is at the base of Laurasia. And so we know it's not a carnivoran. And there we go. It's not going to belong to this clade either. I wish they actually had the names for all these clades. Yeah, let's try an insectivore. Let's try something like mole here, and let's see if we can knock that branch off. And nope. So it's not part of Eulipotyphla. Never even heard that clade name before. It's not one of those. So let's see. And I'm also trying to not pay attention to chat right now. Sorry, because if anybody has done today's Metazua, then they already know the answer, and I don't want anybody to accidentally give me the answer. So I'm kind of studiously trying to ignore chat. Sorry. It's just until we get this, you know? Until I get this, I guess. Okay, so we know it's not an insectivore. Let's see if it's an ungulate. Let's try... let's try tapir. Oh, they don't have tapir? Oh boy. Let's try rhinoceros. Oh, it's not a rhinoceros, so it's not an ungulate either. Okay, it's not a cat, it's not a mole, it's not a rhinoceros, so it's not a carnivoran, not an insectivore, not an ungulate. What do we have left? Bats, I guess. Let's try bat. Let's try vampire bat. Oh, it's not! Is it... Could it be a pangolin, maybe? Oh, boy. Here, let's think about this. We tried bats. We tried ungulates with the rhinoceros. It's not going to be part of this clade, is it? Well, we tried carnivorans, too. It's not one of those. What do we have left? Oh, boy. I think maybe we're a little bit smarter than the game right now. Ooh. Well, let's try pangolin, I guess. Pangolins are allied closely with carnivorans. Polydata, I think, is the clade name for pangolins, and it's not a pangolin either. I don't know if I should trust how these are arranged, but it's showing that it's nested between rhinoceros and vampire bat. Oh boy. Goodness, what could this be? We didn't try an even-toed ungulate. So let's do that. Let's try... I'm gonna try warthog. Let's try pig, I guess. Oh, okay. So it should have shown clade ungulata here, and it didn't. That's what goofed us up. We were too smart. We were smarter than the game. But yeah, we're making progress here. You're right, Dinosaur Dave. So it's an artiodactyl. Artiodactyls are the even-toed ungulates. Artiodactyls are critters that are sometimes called cloven-hoofed mammals. So, they're hoofed mammals that have either 2 or 4 toes. Or sometimes none in the case of whales. Whales evolved from terrestrial artiodactyl mammals. They evolved from hoofed mammals that used to live on land. So we know it's an artiodactyl. But it's not closely allied with pigs. Let's go to Artiodactyla here, the cloven-hoofed ungulates. Sometimes called Cetariodactyla, now that it includes whales, too. Now that we realize that whales are part of this group. Alright, so... we're gonna try and figure out which clade this belongs to here. So, let's just eliminate whales right now. Let's try humpback whale. And it is within Cetacea. Yes. It's not a humpback whale, though. And presumably it's not a mysticete whale either, because if the game were smart, if it were another mysticete whale, another baleen whale, then it would show us mysticete whales here, but instead it just says Cetacea, which tells me this is probably some kind of toothed whale. Which, let's try orca and see if that gets us to it. Yeah! Oh yeah. Excellent. We got it. Yeah, it's an orca. Very nice. Yeah. You're fooled because artiodactyls and perissodactyls do not make a clade. The ungulates are... Oh! Is ungulata polyphyletic nowadays, Diagonal? Interesting. Okay. See, back when I learned these things, ungulata was a, a proper clade unto itself. No longer. Okay. Nice. Nice. Well, excellent. That is super cool. That is super cool. And I just learned something. So yeah, we got that in 9 guesses. 11 remaining. Not too shabby. Not too shabby. Yeah, we really got stuck here, though. We had 5 guesses within Laurasia Theria. Holy moly. Yeah. Yeah. Huh. All the rest of these we made progress on, but we really got stuck here. We were there for a while. Let's see if we can find a neat little video on Laurasia Theria. If such a thing exists, even. Laurasia Theria. Well, let's... take a look at this, maybe? Alright, no narration or anything. Yeah, I like this so far. Mesonychids, a now extinct clade.
Mesonychids resembled wolves, albeit superficially, and probably walked on the flats of their feet. Most paleontologists now doubt that whales are descended from mesonychids, and instead suggest that they are either descended from, or share a common ancestor with, the Anthracothers, the semi-aquatic ancestors of hippos. These wolves on hooves were probably one of the more important predator groups in the late...
Anyway, I can't really stand the, text-to-speech voice there. But there's a link anyway. Good stuff. Good stuff. And Holy Lipton says, I can comfortably say that nothing on the Diagonal's last post makes any sense to me. You fooled because artiodactyls and perissodactyls do not make clade. The ungulates are polyphyletic. Yeah, so what we mean here... when we're talking about classifying living things, Oh, this will work nicely. We classify them based on their ancestry, you know? This is how scientists classify critters, is based on what they evolved from. So in a monophyletic clade, so taxon number 1 there on the left, that's what we want. That's a true group of animals. They all share a common ancestor. They sprang from the same ancestor. They all evolved from that ancestor. So a clade is a group of living things that's like a true family. They have one ancestor, and the clade includes that ancestor and all of its descendants. Like you see right here. One ancestor right there, and all of its descendants. Taxon number 2 right here is not a clade. It's not a true clade. This is what we call polyphyletic. So you've got descendants from an ancestor right here, but you're excluding some of those other descendants. So this is not like a true family right here, because you're like arbitrarily leaving some of these out. It's what we call a polyphyletic group. And then paraphyletic is over here because you include the ancestor and then 2 descendants, and then you leave out all of these descendants. So this would be a good example of like reptiles. Reptiles would be a paraphyletic group in the way that most people think of reptiles. Because, you know, what are reptiles? Lizards, snakes, turtles, crocodilians, tuatara, if you want to get fancy. Those are all living reptiles. But the thing is, I put reptiles in quotation marks there, because birds also evolved from reptiles. Imagine these are all birds up here. And it's like, you're leaving those out? Birds evolved from dinosaurs, which evolved from earlier reptiles. And so that would be a paraphyletic group. You're just leaving out some members of that group for arbitrary reasons. It's not a true clade. Paraphyletic. That makes sense? Yeah. And Harry says, are these based on DNA or morphology or what? It's a combination of the two, Harry. DNA is still, in the grand scheme of things, fairly new to classifying living things. I've only really been doing it since, like, the 80s, maybe? The 1980s? And so some of this is still based on morphology, and if we're including fossil critters in this, then those are definitely based on morphology, because we don't have DNA from most fossil organisms, unless they're super, super recent. For instance, we don't have any DNA, not a single scrap, from any Mesozoic dinosaurs. Not one iota of DNA. So yeah. Is Twitch fam a clade? Echidna, no. All of you Twitch viewers here, you would be it'd be paraphyletic, you know? Because some of you might have common ancestors, but you probably have siblings, relatives who don't watch Twitch. They're over there, and they share a common ancestor with you. And, yeah. So, Twitch chat would be a paraphyletic group, I guess. Yeah. There's monotremes coming in to mess things up. No, Echidna, most mammals used to lay eggs. Egg laying versus not laying eggs is not what defines mammals at all. It used to be the majority of mammals laid eggs. Yeah. So it doesn't really confuse things. I think a lot of people are confused by echidnas and by platypus today. They're like, oh, they lay eggs. Mammals don't lay eggs. Like, no, most mammals used to lay eggs. It's just most of those ones didn't survive the end of the Cretaceous period. That asteroid took them out. Or rather, the ensuing ecological devastation from that asteroid collapsed their ecosystem, and they didn't make it through. But yeah, most mammals used to lay eggs. We're just stuck with all the non-egg-laying ones today, for the most part. But yeah. And Laertes' slime mold is also polyphyletic. Very thankful to have learned a bunch of taxonomy stuff here for learning about those little fellas. Yeah, Laertes. Nice. And platypus envy. Yeah, there you go. Digital death. We could all be envious of platypus. They're such cool critters. Yeah. And Clairburst's monotremes just retain a more basal method. There you go. Yeah. And congratulations, other mammals, you no longer have a cloaca. Yeah. That's where the word monotreme comes from, Echidna. You probably know that. It means like one hole or one opening. Yeah. And platypuses, they're UV reactive. A lot of mammals are, Celeste. I don't think it's something that necessarily evolved like for a specific purpose with them. I think it's just like a fluke. They just happen to be for whatever reason. Because other animals actually use that to hunt them. Like other animals that can see in UV, like birds, for instance. They can use that to their advantage to hunt mammalian prey. These mammals have no idea that both their urine and sometimes their fur itself glows under UV. But birds use that to hunt those mammals. So yeah. Could it be the urine? I don't know, Kleber. It could be. Not sure. Making the fur UV reactive. Anyway. Yeah. I'm confused again. Yeah. Is it the same thing as biofluorescence? I think it's a kind of biofluorescence, Steely Dan, yeah. Yeah. And I'm doing well, Digital Dak. Thanks for asking. Yeah. I think... Well, let's see. Let's see if we can find a video on this. Yeah, here. Let's take a look at this.
We're not gonna sit here and pretend that platypuses aren't weird. They're mammals, but they have a duck face, and they lay eggs, and they also have venom. Of all the weird animals that exist in the world, they're up there with the weirdest. And, by the way, they're also fluorescent. That thick, waterproof fur that reassures us that platypuses are, in fact, mammals also glows in the dark. Before you dismiss all of platypus kind as just trying to mess with our understanding of reality, though, the fact is, this ability isn't all that weird, and might be way more common than we realize. Fluorescence refers to the ability...
In fact, calling it an ability almost oversells it, you know? I don't think this is some sort of special trait that evolved in these clades. I think it's just like a byproduct of... It's just like a weird thing that happens, you know? I don't think that natural selection was pressuring these clades to evolve biofluorescence. Because they can't see in UV themselves. It's just kind of a fluke, I think, that other animals might take advantage to hunt them.
Of a material to absorb light
hey, DeVito,
and re-emit it in another color. This is different from bioluminescence, which is when an animal can produce light through a chemical reaction. And actually, lots of animals are fluorescent. Scorpions have fluorescent bodies, for example, and puffins have fluorescent markings on their beaks.
That probably did evolve, because it offers an advantage to puffins. They can see in the ultraviolet spectrum, like we talked about the other day. Birds, they have tetrachromatic vision. They can see more colors than we can. They can see partway into the ultraviolet spectrum. And so that kind of that kind of biofluorescence there actually suits them really well, you know? Puffins Bee Club, and there you go, Big Tia.
But up until recently, there weren't too many mammals known to fluoresce, mostly just possums and their close marsupial relatives. Then, New World flying squirrels, which are placental mammals, were found to have a similar talent. They fluoresce pink. And in a 2020 study, researchers shone a UV flashlight at a couple of preserved platypus specimens.
And can that bug see into the UV spectrum? Probably, Pfizer. I don't know, actually. Don't quote me on that. But, we as mammals can't anymore because we lost a lot of our color receptive cells during the Mesozoic era, when mammals were basically living in the shadow of the dinosaurs. Mostly living in burrows or only coming out at night, that kind of thing. Being largely nocturnal. Nocturnal animals that see really well in the dark, they generally do not have good color vision. Owls are a good example, where owls, I think, have mostly lost the cones in their eyes. They kind of traded those for really, really good night vision. So owls, I think, are largely colorblind, which is really weird for birds. You know, most birds have extraordinary color vision. Much better than ours. And why do squirrels fluoresce pink? Asked Stinky Winky. Do they? I don't know. I would actually not be shocked, though, Stinky Winky, if squirrels might be able to see partly in color. Because let's think about mammals that can see in color. Primates, like ourselves, can see in color, and that may have evolved to help them pick out ripe fruit in order to eat. Primates, right here. But who is kind of close to primates? Like, surprisingly close to primates. It's our friends, the rodents. And more. Rodents like squirrels. So we know primates evolved color vision, but squirrels were right over here, relatively closely related to primates. Some of them let's see, like the Indian giant squirrel, they're actually kind of brightly colored. They've got this cool, like, kind of purpley hue to their coat. There we go. Yeah. Whereas most mammals are just, like, brown or gray. Or grayish black. Or brownish gray. These guys are, like, actually kind of colorful. And I do think they eat fruit, too. So it could be that some rodents have also re-evolved color vision like primates did. You know? And Lord Tau Basil says, wow, aren't these guys cool? Yeah. And Scuria... Yeah, there you go, Diagonal. Scuriomorpha. There's also Scuriomymus, which is a dinosaur that's name means squirrel mimic. What do these guys eat? Do they eat fruit? I've never actually read this before, but I would suspect that their diet might be very fruit heavy, and if they do have color vision, that's probably why it evolved, for helping them pick out fruits in their environment. Yeah, diet includes fruit, flower, nuts, and tree bark. Yeah. There's one eating a fig right there. Oh man, that looks like a good time. Good stuff. Yeah. So anyway. And Basil says, I am doing well. I lurk here all the time. Well, thanks for chiming in. I appreciate it. Welcome back to Paleontologizing. And is it Basil or is it Basil? Let me know so I can pronounce it correctly for when you're not lurking. Yeah. And thanks for the explanation. I learned something today. You bet, Stinky Winky. You bet. Yeah. Anyway. Cool stuff. So, back to platypus and their biofluorescence.
Specimens in a museum and found them to glow a lovely shade of cyan. Scientists
Basil,
aren't sure
gotcha.
why
Basil,
any
thank you.
animals, including mammals, would want to fluoresce. So far, all the fluorescent mammals we've discovered are either nocturnal or crepuscular, meaning active during sunrise and sunset. The diurnal...
Which is kind of a mammal thing to start with. I don't know. And is that... I don't think that polar bears or zebras are nocturnal or crepuscular. I think there have been many more biofluorescent mammals found since then. So, yeah.
Or daytime active species we've examined don't fluoresce, meaning we day dwellers lost out on looking awesome at raves.
I think they just hadn't looked very hard yet, maybe.
Crepuscular animals, like the flying squirrels, are active when UV light is more intense, but visibility is otherwise poor. So the ability to absorb UV and emit it as visible light might help them see each other. For platypuses,
I really don't think that that's something that, like, they evolved, that natural selection selected for in them. I think it's probably just like a weird byproduct where it's like, whatever. But I could very well be wrong about this.
We think fluorescence might help them hide. Some of their predators use UV light to see, and fur that absorbs UV light might be harder to spot. But here's the thing. We all agree that platypuses are mammalian oddballs, but fluorescence might not really be that weird. It's actually even possible it's common. Most of us don't go around shining black lights at raccoons or coyotes or whatever, so there could be a bunch of fluorescent mammals right under our noses.
And I do suspect that's the case, and I think since this video came out, and this was 2 years ago. In fact, I think I remember Balint and Lita talking about this on one of their science news roundups on a Friday night. Does anybody else remember that?
We've got reason to think fluorescence could be widespread. Flying squirrels are placental mammals, opossums are marsupials, and platypuses are monotremes. That's all three major groups of mammals. In evolutionary biology, when all the members of a group have a trait, we usually infer they inherited it from their common ancestor.
Yep, and this is what we call phylogenetic bracketing. Like, we're trying to figure something out for Mesozoic dinosaurs. Well, we try and bracket them. We look at birds, which are living dinosaurs. They evolved from dinosaurs. We look at crocodiles, who are like cousins to the dinosaurs. And if both of them do a certain thing or have a certain thing, chances are that's something they inherited from their common ancestor back here. And so dinosaurs would probably have it too, you know? Does that make sense? And this does appear to be a fruit fly. Let's see how close I can get to it with the camera. See it right there? Yeah. Let's look at you. Whoop. Going into my fruit drink there. Yeah, that looks like Drosophila there. That looks like a fruit fly. Well, there it goes. Wow. If any of you do not yet appreciate fruit flies, you should go follow Science Streams right now. He's a fruit fly geneticist and molecular biologist. And I just did a crossover stream with him last night. It was a ton of fun. Yeah. But remember, when you infer, it makes an in out of F and er. There you go, Fall Machine. And you were at AIM&H earlier today. Very cool, Darth Goof. What did you see there? AIM&H, one of America's premier museums. Near Central Park West in Manhattan, New York City. Anyway, you going to drink it again? Yeah, of course, Miss Yvette. Why not? If it's good enough for a fruit fly, it's good enough for me. Anyway, back to our mammals video.
When all the members of a group have a trait, we usually infer they inherited it from their common ancestor. That means mammalian fluorescence could be an ancestral trait, though these animals could have evolved it separately as an example of convergent evolution. More research is needed, but we should be able to figure this out by looking at whatever genetic mechanism makes these mammals glow. If it's the same in all mammals, that hints at it being ancestral. Convergent evolution tends to co-opt different genes to do similar jobs, but it might make sense for all mammals to have been fluorescent back in the day. You see, early mammals were nocturnal by necessity, keeping to the shadows to avoid becoming dinosaur chow. And fluorescence could have given these early night dwellers...
Hey, oh, you just kind of cruised right past that, but yeah, that's really important. Here.
For all mammals to have been fluorescent back in the day. You see, early mammals were nocturnal by necessity, keeping to the shadows to avoid becoming dinosaur chow.
We talk about this all the time on this channel, but it's really, really important to emphasize, and I'm really glad that they brought it up here. For the majority of time that mammals have been on Earth, it's been in the shadow of the dinosaurs. A lot of people forget that. But let me show you on our geologic timescale here. So this is the Cenozoic, the age of the mammals. It began 66 million years ago after that asteroid struck. This is when mammals are like dominant in terrestrial ecosystems on Earth. The past 66 million years. But before then, you had the Cretaceous period, which is what, like 80 million years long? And then you had the Jurassic period. And then you had the Triassic. Basically, from like the late Triassic through the Jurassic and through the Cretaceous, mammals were tiny little scurrying things for the most part. The most gargantuan mammal on the planet would have been like the size of a loaf of bread. You know? Not big animals. And most of them were very small. Some of them were like practically insect-sized. Mesozoic mammals are just tiny, tiny, tiny for the most part. I mean, like Hadrocodium is a good example. There's that critter next to a paperclip. There's its skull right there. Just minuscule. You know? And Monkey on Acid, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Yeah, Hadrocodium. Tiny, tiny, tiny animal. I mean, holy cow. Look at that. There's its lower jaws right there. Lower jaws. There's its brain case. There's its palate. And you can see some of those little teeth. This is a Mesozoic mammal for you, you know? Yeah. Tomas says, I wonder if there were bigger ones living on islands? Yeah, Madagascar is a good example, Tomas. Yeah. But when we say bigger, we mean like the size of a loaf of bread or something. A Dolotherium is what I'm looking for. Yeah. Take a look. From
This
Prehistoric
is
Planet.
A Dolotherium. She's less than 2 feet long, but even so, she's still one of the largest mammals to have yet evolved.
Yep. Gargantuan for a mammal. Enormous! Earth-shatteringly large for a mammal.
Of her waking
You know?
hours, searching for food. At the end of this tunnel, there are eggs.
Uh-oh. Oh no, watch out, eggs. Oh, man. Can we get some Fs in the chat for those eggs? They do not stand a chance here, you know? I can't bear to watch.
A rich source of protein. But she doesn't eat this particular clutch.
Nope. Can anybody guess why she's not eating those eggs? And hello, sweetie pie. Hey, come here. Hey, sweetie. Oh, we've got another mammal here. Hello, hello, sweetie pie. Look at what we got here. Oh, you know that sound. You know that sound. Come on up on the desk. Yeah, one of my landlords is here. Let's see if we can have her make an appearance. Oh, there we go. Yeah. Oh, look at you, sweetie pie. Look at you. Hello, hello. Well. Look at you, sweetie. Look, there's a treat for you. Yeah. Oh. Good stuff. Hear that crunch? Oh, you can't hear it. The noise gate is too effective. Oh, good to see you, sweetie pie. Thanks for making an appearance. Talking all about mammals. Here, let's give you another one. There we go. Yeah. You pose for the camera? Oh, there you go. Okay. Well, ladies and gentlemen, sweetie pie. And some treats are good for tiny cat teeth. Yes, indeed, S.V. Harkin. These are some of them. Not sponsored. But yeah, feline greenies. Good for cat's teeth. Or at least that's just collecting rent. Exactly, yeah. There you go, Clipper. Yeah. But yeah. Anyway, we were talking about... Oh, hello. You making another appearance? You come up here? Come back up here? Oh, there we go. Yeah. Well, sweetie pie. Well. There you go. Yeah. Aww. She's still kind of getting used to the idea of being on camera, at least here in my office. Oh, look at you. You sweetie pie. How are you doing?
Utah raptor is the most dangerous dinosaur around.
Is that right?
Cats, well, and dinosaurs.
Oh, thank you, Trek Nerd. Is that true, sweetie pie? Was Utah raptor the most dangerous dinosaur around? Yeah, one of them. One of them. Yeah. Oh. You want another treat, don't you? Oh, well. I'm gonna run out of these. Look. Put it right over here for you. Oh. Take the money and run, she says. Good stuff. Ladies and gentlemen, sweetie pie. And that mammal is not a monotreme. No, she is very much a placental mammal. A Laurasiatherian mammal, actually, as a carnivoran. Where do cats show up on our tree of life? Let's take a look. Let's jump from the Indian giant squirrel to all life real quick. Way out to that. Yeah. There we go. There's all life. And then let's jump into cat. The domestic cat, Felis catus. No, that's not a joke. That's actually the genus and species name for a cat. Yeah.
In at number 8, we have the Tradoon. Tradoon.
Thank you, Megatronus, for the 15 months of support. I appreciate that very much. Thanks for keeping me here on the air. And Trek Nerd, 36 months from you. A few minutes ago. Thank you, Trek Nerd. Trek Nerd and Megatronus. Trek Node and Megatronus. Thank you both very, very much for your ongoing support. Thanks for keeping me here on the air. Yeah. Anyway, yeah, domestic cat is right here. It is a placental mammal. Part of
try blaming the dinosaurs.
Carnivora, and thank you, Galara Dragon. Galara Dragon, thank you for those 100 bits. Kitty bitties, I take it. Yeah. Yeah, there's cats there. And then, our domestic cat is where? Flat-headed cat. Domestic cat. It was over here. Okay. Nice. You'd think with all of the cat pictures on the internet they could have picked a better one, but this is like... This is a domestic cat picture straight out of a nightmare. You know? Just this looming toward you in the darkness. Like, how is it the size of the whole room? What's going on here? Leaf needs a better picture. I agree, Linnea. This one is, well, cats are terrifying animals. Don't ever let it be said that they're not. But, yeah. I bet this is the cat owned by whomever made the chart. It could be. Yeah. Creative Commons license. Image information held by one zoom. Okay. Yeah. Anywho, I think whoever was asking whether this was a placental mammal here, they were asking about the critter in the video. A Dalatherium. About to eat these eggs. Uh-oh. Watch out, eggs.
At the end of this tunnel, there are
There you go, Kajisika. Uh-oh.
potentially a rich source of protein.
Rich source of eggy goodness.
But she doesn't eat this particular clutch.
Why isn't she gonna eat those eggs, chat? Why do you think? Joke answers only. Now you can give serious answers too. Why is she not gonna eat those eggs? Exfoliator? Barnacle bum? Maybe. They are hers. She's vegan. He's hers. They're hers, and she's saving them for later. Yeah. Yeah, well. Let's have a look.
These are her own eggs.
Ah. Remember I was saying that most mammals used to lay eggs?
It's a dinosaur, and this is a dinosaur too.
Thank you for popping in there with that. Claire Burr's mom. Well, well, well. Could it be true? Is this actually Claire Burr's mom here? If so, it's a pleasure to meet you. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Yeah. Holy cow. I appreciate you being here. Thank you. Yes, yes. Well, well, well. You know what we gotta do? Oh. She has disappeared just as quickly as she arrived. I was gonna VIP her, but maybe next time. Anyway, she isn't listening at the moment, though. Oh, okay, Claire Burr. Okay, no worries. Yeah, well. Well, well, well. Very important parent. Yes, indeed. And she is fast, Claire Burr. My goodness. Most mammals used to lay eggs, including these guys. And you're here? Claire Burr's mom. Well, well, well.
The eggs are starting to hatch.
How do I... let's see. There we go. Thank you, Claire Burr's mom, for being here. And for producing such a wonderful part of our community here in the form of Claire Burr. Look at those little guys.
The hatchling's eyes have not yet opened, but instinctively they head towards their mother to feed on milk. She produces it from modified sweat glands on her belly. And for now, it's all the food they need.
Golganak gifted a tier 1 sub to
Thank you,
Claire Burr's
Golganak.
mom.
I do really appreciate that.
95 gift subs in the channel.
Thank you, Golganak. And enjoy Claire Burr's mom. Enjoy not having to watch any ads here in this channel for the next 30 days. You're eternally welcome. I appreciate that. Thanks for being here. Yeah. Yeah. This is... These look so real. You really kind of have to wonder if these are real tiny baby mammals. Are these baby mice or something like that? Or I mean, what's the deal here? Did they actually film some sort of tiny little baby mammal like that? They do look like Pinky Mice, Steely Dan, yeah. Yeah.
For now, it's all the food they need.
Yeah. They look so real. And interacting with the fur there, that they have to be real, right?
2 months later, and the cubs have more than quadrupled in size. To produce enough milk for them, their mother must herself eat a great deal.
Sausages full of motors. There you go. Big
So
TM.
every night she has to leave the safety of the den.
They do look very much like Pinky. I agree, Static Life. Yeah. Uh-oh.
Her eyesight, like that of many burrowing animals, is not very sensitive. She relies instead on her acute hearing.
Ooh, Majungasaurus.
If she hears something that might be dangerous, she stays perfectly still. Trouble avoided.
This is how our ancestors survived in a world ruled by
Returns
dinosaurs.
to searching in the earth for roots and seeds.
Yeah. Anyway, that is from Prehistoric Planets. Season 2. Here's a link there. And, good stuff. Yeah. Sparky Pugwash says, when we first got hamsters, we were told they were both girls, until one day we found little pink hamsters in the cage, just like those. What can I say, Sparky Pugwash? But, life, finds a way. Yeah. Anyway, from there, we talked a little bit about mammal ontogeny. Mammals laying eggs back in the Mesozoic when most of the mammal groups still laid eggs. When most of the mammal groups did lay eggs. Now let's talk about dinosaurs and their eggs. And their growth and development. This is a documentary that I just found the other day. And I was just kind of scrubbing through it real quick, and I saw my undergrad advisor in there. And so, let's take a look. This is entitled Dinosaur Babies, The North American Story, from 2001. Take a look.
Lost in the primeval forests of North America, a small plant eater stands no chance of survival. Stalked by swift juvenile hunters, it is driven straight into the waiting jaws of a giant 5 times its size.
Oh, man. Yowza.
The kill is made, and one dinosaur family prepares to eat. The world these dinosaurs lived
Looks
in
so 90s. Yeah, Mr.
disappeared
Van.
long ago. But
Basically,
parts of it are still
2001.
there, buried and protected for all that time. Its secrets kept by the bones.
Maybe Maiasaura. Don't you love that? I think these are puppets in this case, Claire Burr, and they're well used, I think. Oh, this is great. Very nice. Very nice. And yeah, some of it was stop motion, Trek Nerd, with the Pachycephalosaur. Yeah.
These are the Badlands of North America.
Yep. Oh, man. familiar territory. I think this is up in Alberta, but this looks very much like some of the Badlands topography in Montana, south of the border, too.
Rugged, eroded terrain that's perfect for dinosaur hunting. It is here, in a few small patches of rock, that the fossilized skeletons of 4 different kinds of dinosaur babies have been found. They are very rare discoveries, even in dinosaur country.
Oh, look who it is. It's my old boss, Jack Horner.
Paleontologist Jack Horner has been digging up dinosaurs for nearly 3 decades in the rough formations of northern Montana. Horner's first major discovery on a cattle ranch near the town of Choteau was his most famous.
That looks like
baby
country around Choteau.
Dinosaurs.
Egg Mountain.
The site allowed him to reconstruct the family life of these animals. It changed the way the world thought of dinosaurs.
Yep.
This is the 1978 nest. This is the first nest that we actually found of Maiasaura.
Made from mud 75 million years ago, the dinosaur nest has now turned to stone. But it preserved evidence of ancient lives.
Out of this little hole right here, we excavated 15 baby dinosaurs.
The hole was full of tiny dinosaur bones and bits of eggshell.
Well, hello, sweetie pie. You come back up here?
Horner's crew excavated the whole area and uncovered the remains of 40 nests. The babies were part...
Well, let's see if we can have another sweetie pie appearance here. Come here, sweetie pie. Oh, you're conditioned now. Let's reinforce this behavior, shall we? Come here. Oh, we gotta come up here. Oh, there you go. Look, here it is. There you go. Excellent. Or did she condition you to dispense treats, Danny? Yeah, you know, it takes 2 to tango, SB. Well, well, well. There. There you go. Oh. Girl, sweetie pie. Yeah. There you go. Yeah. It's so funny, you can like barely see her because she's beyond where the lights are. Oh. There you go, sweetie pie. There you go.
If you're feeling a bit cheated, try blaming the dinosaurs.
Treat appears, cat appears, bits appear. Oh no, I'm being trained.
There you go, Trek Nerd. Yeah. Oh, sweetie pie. Look at you. Look at you there. Yeah. Oh. Yeah. There you go. Look at those pretty eyes. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, my fingers still smell like treats, huh? They taste like treats. Yeah. What are you looking for? What are you looking for? Oh. I need to get a proper long-haired cat brush. So I can brush you on stream, huh? I think you'd really like that. We only have short hair brushes here for the other cats. But I think you would appreciate getting brushed too, huh? Yeah. Yeah. What do you think? What do you think? Want to come sit over here? Oh, look at that. There's a cat on the screen. What's up with that? Oh, maybe I can put birds on the screen for you. Oh, that's okay. Casually knocks dinosaur skull off desk. Sweetie Pie is not inclined to do that. That would be Mini Pie. Mini Pie, that's her MO. In fact, she tried to do that earlier. Yesterday when I had the Erlikosaurus skull up here, she was like, ooh, I want to knock that over. I wonder what sound it would make when it breaks, when it shatters on the floor. Anyway, yeah. Was saying farewell to cat, I'm not like, oh, thank you, Confused Echidna.
It's squashed completely flat.
How flat?
The wall is so thin, it's about the same dimension
as what?
As the wall of a dirter. A dirter is one of those things you get at the end of the paper towels, the cardboard thing in the middle, you go dir in it. Well, that's what this thing is like.
Casually Average, 10 months of support.
Dir.
Thank you very, very much for that, Casually Average. I appreciate you for keeping me here online for that long. Excellent.
Dir.
Good stuff. Good stuff. Now from paleontologist Kevin Padian, of Dirter fame, to paleontologist Jack Horner.
Horner's crew excavated the whole area and uncovered the remains of 40 nests. The babies were part of a vast dinosaur colony.
Judging from the distance that we find them from one another, there were probably hundreds, if not even over 1,000 individuals that nested here. We can imagine this nesting ground, babies, 24 at a pop in each nest, just making lots and lots of racket, and the adult dinosaurs honking and communicating with one another.
Dr. Irrefutable says, do you know how long it took them to excavate all that? I think they don't have literally hundreds or thousands of nests that have been excavated, but the ones that are there are closely packed enough, and basically there's good indication that this would have extended for a pretty wide distance. Anthony079, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. I think there might be something like 20 nests that have actually been excavated properly. Yeah. Something like that. One of these days, maybe we'll ask Jack, or we'll ask Dave Verricchio or something, like here on this channel. That would be really cool. Yeah. There we go.
The babies looked like no other known dinosaur. When a full-grown skull was found nearby, Horner knew that they had discovered a new species. They named it Maiasaura.
The good mother lizard.
Maiasaura had a wide, horny beak. It was a member of a family of dinosaurs called duckbills.
The hadrosaurs.
Maiasaura's long snout, small nose hole, and flat head distinguished it from other duck-billed dinosaurs.
Yep.
Scientists
Pretty cool. Sparky Pug wants to know, turtle eggs are more round, were dinosaur eggs more that shape? It depends what kind of dinosaur we're talking about. Dinosaurs had a wide variety of different egg shapes. Some of them were what we call elongatulithid. Well, that's like a taxonomic name for some of the Utaxa. But elongatulithis. Some of them were long and thin, like this. A lot of the theropods were like this. Oviraptorosaurs, like City Patty right here, had eggs that were this shape. T-Rex and the other tyrannosaurs probably had eggs around that same shape too. Sauropods had eggs that were more spherical, like this. There's a little baby sauropod. emerging from these round eggs like that. And then some dinosaurs had eggs that were kind of in between. Yeah, hadrosaurs tended to have rounder eggs too, like this. This baby duckbill dinosaur, like that inside of its egg. But dinosaurs like Troodon had eggs that were shaped like this. Yeah, almost like what are those birds? Like a skua or something like that? Yeah. Anyway, let's continue. Do we know if the eggs were fossilized after laying or before? Oh, definitely after laying, because they were arranged in the nests. And in some cases, the eggs were all crushed up by the babies stepping on the eggshells. Yeah.
Just knew that this was a plant eater, from the flat, rugged teeth designed for grinding up vegetation. Adult Maiasaura were as tall as a modern male elephant, but twice as long. Compared to their parents, the babies were extremely small. The first 15 babies Horner found were 1 meter or about 3 feet long, the length of a small dog.
And these were not hatchlings. They'd grown a little bit larger since then. I actually have my very own Maiasaura 3D print here that I just finished printing last night and I assembled this morning. It's not painted yet, but I'd like to show it to you. I made this through photogrammetry, photogrammetrizing a baby Maiasaura skeleton at Berkeley. And that is, where did I put that? Oh, it's right there on the couch. Here, take a look. There you go.
That belongs in a museum.
I printed this a little bit smaller than the one at the museum. And as you can tell, I ran out of this color filament, so I just switched to the terracotta one, which actually looks really good on camera. I might get some more of that, but I'm going to smooth this out, get rid of these artifacts here, and seal it and paint it. But that is going to make a wonderful addition to the office here. Yeah. Pretty neat. I'll show you what it'll look like when it is finished. Let's see. Baby Maiasaura skeleton. There we go. This is actually the one that I photogrammetrized here. It's gonna look like that when it's done. Yeah. Not too shabby, right? That one's... yeah, about 1/3 larger than this one here. 50% larger, maybe. Yeah. So I'm pretty excited about that. Yeah, there it is there, actually. It's the same exact one that I photogrammetrized. Yeah. You thought about doing an entire stream about 3D printing? I've done that multiple times, Oscar Juniors. Yeah, for sure. Yeah. So, pretty cool. Pretty cool. I don't yet have a camera hooked up to the 3D printer here in my new living space. But, so far I've only got 2 cameras currently working. But, yeah, this is going to require some further detailing in 3D. And then some painting. But yeah, beautiful baby Maiasaura there. Pretty excited about that. Pretty excited about that. Yeah. There we go. Oop.
But like the Maiasaura, young nest-bound birds are quite defenseless.
And I couldn't find the measuring cup earlier, Miss Yvette. I looked today. I'm not sure where it is.
On their parents.
It'll turn up. Yeah.
One of the things we discovered was that the ends of the baby bones, they were actually made of cartilage, a calcified cartilage. structure, which is very weak.
The weakness of their bones meant that the babies were not strong enough to leave the nest.
It was pretty clear that the dinosaurs couldn't have been out walking around getting food on their own.
For the first time, paleontologists had physical evidence that these dinosaurs cared for their young. They were parents who provided food, shelter, and protection. Maiasaurs fully deserve their name, which means good mother lizard. Maiasaura nested in western North America during the Cretaceous time period, around 75 million years ago.
Late Cretaceous
A large part of the Great Plains
I'll see you later,
was
Harissa.
covered
Thanks for
by
being
a
here.
wide, shallow seaway that extended from the Gulf of Mexico to the Arctic Ocean. Lowlands beside the seacoast were lush and swampy, fed by rivers that were draining down from the young Rocky Mountains to the west.
It's a really nice little explanation here.
The flat central plain was Maiasaur territory. Their ancient environment is now preserved in the physical features of the eroded rocks. By studying the sediments left behind by the rivers, geologists
It's a good idea, Sparky
can
Pugwash.
figure out where and how they flowed.
I think we talked about Maiasaur last time.
Behind me here, on the lower part.
And there's Jim Schmidt. Holy cow. So he was one of the professors when I was an undergrad at Montana State. He was my invertebrate paleontology professor. So he's not really a vertebrate paleontologist. Yeah.
Portion of that hill slope are the deposits of river environments,
good geologist,
channels and river floodplains. The river environment that existed here when the Maiasaur were present extended from as far as you can see in this direction to as far as you can see off into the horizon and in the opposite direction. Basically, the rivers were everywhere. The Maiasaur were essentially walking around on the top of this dried up river channel bed and squishing the sand beneath their feet and deforming the sand into little undulations.
Trampled by the dinosaur's foot, the ancient sandbank is still there, turned to sandstone.
Cool. Pretty cool. These sounds.
And it's on floodplains where dinosaurs built their nesting grounds, very similar to us nowadays building houses and housing developments along rivers and getting flooded. The Maiasaur housing developments also got flooded.
Their nesting grounds, yeah.
These floods and storms did cause the death of many Maiasaurs.
Oh, babies.
But the mud they deposited was what preserved the skeletons. A year after the first babies were found, Horner's team began excavating nearby at another Maiasaur fossil site. It turned out to be a massive accumulation of bones.
Yeah, shoot.
Horner estimates that they are the remains of thousands of animals.
And this is a different depositional setting here. Something else is going on right here. This is probably not like just a river overflowing its banks to bury those nests. This is something else going on here. And if it is what I think it is, it's pretty dramatic.
Because we can hypothesize that we have 10 to 15,000 individuals that died together at a single time, we can hypothesize that they lived together as a group 75 million years ago. Now, if you take 10 to 15,000 plant-eating animals of any kind nowadays.
This is what we were talking about, not yesterday, but I think the day before, talking about dinosaur migrations. This is how we kind of reason that out. Jack's going to explain it for you.
If you take...
And here, I'm going to run to the bathroom real quick. I will be right back, okay?
We can hypothesize that they lived together as a group 75 million years ago. Now, if you take 10 to 15,000 plant-eating animals of any kind nowadays, put them anywhere, you know that they have to move from one area to another to acquire food.
These dinosaurs must have been migrating in herds, devouring the vegetation along the way. The bone bed also contained clues about how this particular herd of myosaurs may have died.
Chemical tests have been done over that whole area, and it has been determined that it is a single catastrophic event.
Volcanic eruption was the scientists' first thought because of nearby volcanic formations. Further evidence suggested a big storm or a flood, but not just an ordinary flood.
Those bones are mixed together with rocks as large as boulders. And so the entire floodplain in all directions was, in essence, inundated by this slurry of mud and bones and boulders.
The fact that these large, heavy boulders are all mixed in with the Myosaur bones indicates that both the bones and the rocks were transported together. It would have taken a tremendous force to move them and pile them all up.
Perhaps there was a tsunami, which is kind of analogous to a marine tidal wave. And we know that there were active volcanoes, and active volcanoes commonly generate earthquakes. And so it's possible that earthquake activity may have induced underwater landslides that produce these tsunami waves that rush on shore. The catastrophic and high-energy nature of this large flood is shown to us in this excavation into the Myosaur bone bed. Here we can see these large leg bones of adult Myosaur jumbled together with large boulders of rock that were picked up during the flood. These were all mixed together, broken against one another, and deposited as the Myosaur bone bed.
Just north of where the Myosaur fossils were discovered, the prairies of northern Montana stretch across the U.S.-Canada border into southern Alberta. Evidence of the family life of another big plant-eating dinosaur was found here in 1987, quite by accident.
All right. Pretty dramatic, right? It's interesting that, so I think that was the Camptosaur bone bed earlier that was being referred to here. Yeah, that's totally it. That is the Camptosaur bone bed.
The catastrophic and high-energy nature of this large flood.
Yeah, so this is right next to, where they have camp. In fact, that's why they call it Camptosaur. Apparently somebody was trying to put down stakes for their tent, and they're like, this is weird. And they accidentally put some through a Myosaur, like, limb bone. And they're like, oh, shoot. There's Myosaur's skeletons right here. It's right next to the Egg Mountain site. Yeah, and they're just everywhere. There's just thousands, probably millions of Myosaur bones there. It's really extraordinary. You could excavate this whole area and have just a tremendous number of Myosaur bones that you could do all kinds of really, really cool science with. You could do, like, actual population studies with this. And, yeah. I remember back in the 90s, I think Jack was hypothesizing that this was like a pyroclastic flow that buried all of them. But here, Jim Schmidt, I guess, after looking at the rocks with a little bit more information, has determined, like, this, very well might have been a tsunami or something.
Is shown to us in this excavation into the Myosaur bone bed. Here we can see these large leg bones of adult Myosaur jumbled together with large boulders of rock that were picked up during the flood. These were all mixed together, broken against one another, and deposited as the Myosaur bone bed.
Pretty cool. And they had to pan the camera off in that direction there. Because if they turn around, there'd be like a bunch of vehicles parked there and stuff like that.
I do call myself an expert in dinosaur studies.
Well, do you now, Armageddon? Thank you so much for the 6 months of support.
Let's protect our fossils.
Appreciate you, Armageddon.
If they're removed, America loses them forever.
And Rudy Can't Fail, holy cow, thank you for subscribing with that Prime there. I think I might have a song for you. Let's see. Go up into the R's. Oh, do I not? Shoot, here, give me a second here. Rudy Can't Fail, thank you so much for that, Prime. Thanks for supporting Science Outreach here on Twitch. There we go. Okay. By the Cocktail Preachers. There we go. That's for you, Rudy. Hope everybody's having fun so far. Hope you're learning some stuff. But yeah. And Anya98
does exist.
It's true. He's been there, actually. That was Buzz Aldrin. Thank you, Anyan, for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Yeah, there you go, Rudy. Let me turn it up for you. Yeah. Good stuff. Anyway, yeah. Have we really talked about what I have on the wall today? Maybe this is a nice place to pause. We got an Oviraptorosaurus skull right there. That's City Patty. A lovely Limulus polyphemus, horseshoe crab. And Euplacephalus tutus. That's probably a contemporary of Maiasaura. And Didascalos, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Excellent. Yeah. And not a baby City Patty, that's adult size, I think. Clairburr, yeah. Some Oviraptorosaurs got a lot larger than that. Critters like Gigantoraptor. But City Patty itself is not super huge. Yeah. There we go. There's 3 different specimens of City Patty, I think some of which may have been named as different genera of Oviraptorosaurs nowadays. But, yeah, they're not the largest of the Oviraptorosaurs. They get a lot bigger than that. Yeah. Anyway. Good stuff. Good stuff. Anyway. Let's continue with our video here.
Just north of where the Maiasaur fossils
And
were discovered,
Shinkangadza, how are you doing? Welcome.
prairies of northern Montana stretch across the U.S.-Canada border into southern Alberta. Evidence of the family life of another big plant-eating dinosaur was found here in 1987, quite by accident.
Oh, this is cool.
At the time, Wendy Sloboda was a 19-year-old student. Out
Holy
exploring
cow.
the Badlands
Living
with her
legend,
parents'
Wendy
farm.
Sloboda.
I like finding stuff, and I seem to find lots. I get lucky. I think it's luck. It's where you put your foot and where you look at the right time.
32 feet long and
Gary, thank you for that follow.
1,500 teeth and not a single cavity.
Thank you, and welcome to Paleontologizing.
And plus, you got to know what you're looking for.
This woman here
Among
is
the
like a
crags
living
and
legend now.
boulders of a windy ravine
He's
called
found so many
Devil's
cool
Coulee,
things.
Wendy discovered dinosaur eggshell.
And is this Wendy Ceratops Wendy? Yes, indeed, Tommy Pilaticus. This is the Wendy Sloboda who discovered Wendy Ceratops. And then other paleontologists named it after her. That's why there is a Wendy Ceratops. The Wendy Hornface.
Her summer job with the research crew had taught her to be on the lookout for the
You watched this video the other day?
fossilized
Cool little pig
But when she actually found some, she didn't believe that's what it was.
It was black, thin, about as thick as chicken egg, maybe a little thicker with bumps on it. And I'm like, oh, this looks like dinosaur eggshell.
Yep. And that's what it turned out to be. Let's see if we can find another quick video with Wendy Sloboda real quick. Here. There we go.
I'm Wendy Sloboda, and back in 2010 I was out looking for dinosaurs and found an unusual bone out in the Milk River Canyon area. It was a skull bone of a ceratopsian. I collected it and brought it home, prepared it, cleaned it up for Dr. Michael Ryan and Dr. David Evans. Dr. Ryan is from the Cleveland Museum and Dr. Evans is from the Royal Ontario Museum. And they realized it was something unusual. It looked like a different kind of dinosaur than they'd seen before, just from this skull piece. So they proceeded to, after that, I showed them the site, and then they proceeded for 3 years to excavate a very large hole, and they collected almost the entire dinosaur. It looks like might be a bone bed, but they have
very cool.
The specimen is on display at the ROM, Royal Ontario
Museum.
The neat thing is it's completely new, and they named it after me, Wendy Ceratops pinhornensis, which is absolutely so exciting. I don't even know how to describe it. I just overwhelmed that that's what they called it. It's awesome. So awesome that I got a tattoo on my arm of it.
Yep, that is pretty darn awesome. There are, I can think of like 2 or 3 different people in the world who have a dinosaur tattooed on them that they themselves discovered. Wendy Sloboda is one of them. Isn't that neat? Holy cow, is that... Imagine, like, you run into her in line, at the checkout line at the supermarket. And you go, oh, that's a really cool... Is that a dinosaur tattoo on your arm? What's the story there? And she gets to say, well, that dinosaur, Wendy Ceratops, I discovered it. It's named after me. I'm Wendy. How cool is that? How cool is that? And this is actually the original press release. Featured that artwork. There it is there. Beautiful piece of art. I wonder if she had the work done after it was published or before. But yeah, pretty neat. Looking forward to seeing your Anduzosaurus tattoo after the papers from this year's Digger release. Very, very funny, Tommy Plodicus. Yeah, a nice talk for the dinner. There you go, Alexander Morrison. Yeah. Here's a link to this. But pretty cool. Pretty cool.
And tattoo is now I can just show everybody.
Good stuff. Here's a link to this video as well. How does this only have 1 like? Now it's got 2. There you go. Yeah. Pretty neat. And oh, very nice, Jerry Rick. Yeah, trilobites. A fun thing to find for sure. It's always cool finding a trilobite. Anyway. Yeah.
The eggshell was shown to experts at Alberta's Royal Tyrrell Museum. They rushed to the site immediately and found remnants of 3 nests full of eggshell. They kept digging for 3 weeks, but it wasn't until the last day that technician Kevin Ollenbach made a major discovery.
I noticed beside me a lower leg bone, and I picked it up. I then proceeded to look up over my left shoulder, and sticking out of the hill above me was an actual egg with an embryo bone sticking right out of it.
Welcome.
Ollenbach led the museum's head of dinosaur research, Philip Curry, to the location.
We went halfway up the hill, and as we climbed higher, we started finding little bits of eggshell and tiny little baby bones all over the side of the hill. And finally we got to the level where in the hillside you could see a nice circle of eggshell. And in the middle of that circle of eggshell were a series of articulated tail bones from a duck-billed dinosaur.
Very nice.
I remember that being one of the most exciting moments in my life. I was just beside myself. We all were.
Wendy had stumbled upon the nesting ground of a duck-billed dinosaur called Hypacrosaurus.
Hypacrosaurus.
It was the first dinosaur nesting site ever found in Canada.
Yep.
Once
so
there,
Hypacrosaurus
the team made an even more
is it's a lot like Corythosaurus. Hypacrosaurus. There we go. There's mom and babies there. Yeah, Hypacrosaurus. It's got this cool crest on its head, a lot like Corythosaurus. Yeah, yeah. But I'm a bit proud of a 20 stream streak. I know, that's impressive, Charlie's Dragon. It really is. Nicely done. Yeah. Anyway, good stuff. And that's such an easy thing to accidentally break, too. You just miss one stream and your streak is gone. So that's impressive. 20 is impressive, Charlie's Dragon. Yeah. Sparky says, very delicate front legs. Yeah, they don't have the most robust forelegs. At least not compared to their hind legs. Holy cow. Yeah. Yeah.
more important find.
Devil's Coulee, in fact, represented the first time that we had identifiable duck-billed dinosaur embryos inside the eggs.
Very cool.
What we have here is the neck region of the embryo with the vertebrae coming down into the body. You can see the forearms sticking out in this area here. A lot of the ribs.
Crest probably not used for fighting Armageddon, but for it was hollow inside, used as a resonating chamber for communication, for making noises.
Coming through, going down into the hip region. Down
for honking, yeah, there you go, Clever.
Again.
Hey, Trappy, how you doing?
Coming out into the legs, and here we have a limb bone coming off the end. Over here, you can actually see the actual eggshell.
Further excavations at Devil's Coulee uncovered adult Hypacrosaurus bones and evidence of a large nesting ground.
I think what a lot of people don't realize is just how important this site is. We have baby dinosaurs inside eggs. We've got
I can see that my 50,000 a year has been well spent.
Well spent indeed, Janine Smith. Thank you so much for that Tier 3 subscription. 5 months now. Thank you very, very much. It's thanks to generous supporters like you that we have now made it 2/3 of the way to our Partner Plus goal. November is completed. December is not over yet, but we have already exceeded the goal for December. Very, very happy about that. Very happy about that. Let me show you, actually. But the 6 points from that that Tier 3 sub there, Janine Smith, certainly has helped. Here, let me show you. Here's the dashboard. And there we are. This month, the goal was 350. We're at 384 currently. And with yours, that'll take us up to 390, Janine's Mess, because that's 6 points from a Tier 3 sub. We are sitting pretty. This is going to mean, like, almost a 40% revenue bump. If we can get it in January, too. November? Done. December is in the bag. We just have January left. It's going to be a big deal. And this means I'm going to be able to pay other paleontologists for their time when I start doing interviews this next year. Very excited about that. Being able to give something back to the scientific community like that. Very, very excited about that. Yeah. So yeah. Yeah. And there you go, Jaded Fairy. Yes! Super excited about this. Yeah. So thank you to everybody who has helped make this possible. Echoing what Claire and Lenina are saying there, I am deeply grateful. The gratitude overflows. Thank you. for helping us get there. Yeah. Viewers like you. Yeah, there you go, Clever. Yes! Alright. Well, let's get back to this remarkable find, this Hypacrosaurus nest. With embryos in the eggs. That is super, super cool.
Hatch dinosaurs, and we've got adult dinosaurs in the same site.
Welcome back, Cosmos. Oh, that's
Team
cool.
has found about 20 Hypacrosaur nests at Devil's Coulee. The complete nests contained from 25 to 30 eggs.
Beautiful.
Most of the baby bones were uncrushed and beautifully preserved. Inside some of the eggs,
I'm not sure.
there were complete skeletons. They were ready to hatch.
If you want to look up the documentary, it's called Dinosaur Babies, the North American story. You look it up on IMDb, maybe you can figure out if that's her. Yeah. Shank you, not the brain.
This is my favorite specimen out of Devil's Coulee so far. It's a little skull, which is articulated, of one of the...
So, it is a skull. Let me point this out for you. You've got the front of the beak right here. There's teeth right there. There's the eye socket. So the top of the eye socket is missing right here. So his finger is basically in where the eyeball would be. And then here's those bones at the back of the skull, and there's the lower jaw right there.
These embryos. And we can see this, for example, is the right lower jaw. And up here, we have the left
2001.
lower jaw.
Clever.
And right about there should be the eye, the lower edge of the eye.
Yeah.
An adult Hypacrosaur looked very different from its babies.
Oh,
It
yeah.
was crowned with a large crest which covered its nasal passages. Coupled with a hollow chamber, it probably served to amplify the dinosaur's calls, like a
Boy, they
trumpet
tell
or a wind instrument.
Yeah. Trumpet is a wind instrument.
But the babies had no such crown. The crest only started to develop as the animal grew. At the nestling stage, Hypacrosaurus had a crest that was just starting to form. By the time the animal was half grown, the crest was more prominent and the bill was longer and flatter. The very tall headgear finally formed at the time of sexual maturity.
Murph says, how could you tell that from that fossil? Tell what, Murph? What do you mean? And Rosie says the trumpet is a brass instrument. Brass instruments are they're not a woodwind instrument, but they are a wind instrument. Are they not? Yeah. And hey, R.A. Morley, how are you doing? Hope you had a lovely Christmas. I hope you did too. R.A. Morley, welcome back. Yeah. The young didn't have the crest that... Oh, so there are other specimens, Murph. That's not the only one. The one that Phil Curry is holding right here is...
It only started to develop as the animal grew.
That's not the only one. There are a bunch more that they have. And similar hadrosaurs, Maiasaura, baby Parasaurolophus, critters like that, they don't have the crest either. Yeah. So there's a lot more specimens of this animal. I blew Blue's mind when I told him that piano is a percussion instrument. He did not believe me. I thought it was a stringed instrument, Lenina. Huh. Yeah. Yeah.
At the nestling stage, Hypacrosaurus had a crest that was just starting to form. By the time
hammers
the
make it
animal
percussion.
was
Really,
half
Lenina?
grown,
Huh.
the
Interesting.
crest was more prominent and the bill was longer and flatter. The very tall headgear finally formed at the time of sexual maturity. By then, the adults would have been capable of making the great resonating calls that scientists think were important for attracting mates or protecting territory.
Yeah, or just communicating with the rest of the herd. What do we call this, by the way, chat? When critters, like the changes that happen during an animal's lifetime, what's our word for that? What is our word for that? Yes, indeed, Lenina.
Ontogeny.
Tradoon.
Not Tradoon.
Glue is cheap.
Ontogeny.
Yeah, good stuff.
Tradoon.
Ontogeny.
Yeah. And,
Tradoon.
dating reality show host? I don't know about that, Cosmos. If I were not a paleontologist, I would probably be a wildlife biologist or something. Or, I don't know. I honestly can't really imagine not being a paleontologist. But yeah. Anyway.
Hipparchosaurus had a crest that was just starting to form.
Yeah.
By the time the animal was half grown, the crest was more prominent and the bill was longer and flatter. The very tall headgear finally formed at the time of sexual maturity. By then, the adults would have been capable of making the great resonating calls that scientists think were important for attracting mates or protecting territory. The skull of the little Hipparchosaur also gave Curry and other scientists a surprising glimpse at something that the embryo was actually doing inside the egg.
What's really cool about this specimen is that even though it was found inside the egg, when we look at the surface of the teeth,
they're worn.
They're already ground flat. This little dinosaur was grinding its teeth inside the egg.
Because the grinding surface...
Some of you might be able to relate. Does anybody here grind their teeth at night? Imagine doing that while before you're even born, you know?
Surfaces of its teeth were already prepared. The baby was able to chew plants as soon as it hatched.
Used to?
The ground-down teeth were just part of a sophisticated tooth structure, designed for chewing up vegetation.
Hipparchosaurs had a magnificent system for chewing up plants, and it's almost unequaled.
Yep.
Basically, if you look at a jaw, what you can see is this nice grinding surface across here, and it's rough, where the enamel is wearing down at one rate, and the dentine inside each tooth is wearing down at a different rate, so you end up with a rough surface. And as the teeth wore down, though, they got replaced from below. So throughout the life of this animal, it has a good grinding surface for eating any kind of plant it could possibly want to eat. It's the perfect system.
The plants of the time have also been fossilized.
Rosie says, sounds painful. I mean, this is what these animals were adapted for doing, you know? Over tens of millions of years, they evolved this really, really cool chewing system. And it made them tremendously successful. I mean, hadrosaurs like this kind of take over the world. Or at least Lower Asia. They take over the northern continents. And they also make their way into Africa, into South America. I don't know if they ever make it down into Australia or Antarctica. And I don't think they ever made it to, like, India. But yeah, dental batteries. There you go, Claire Burr. Claire remembers.
From broadleaf trees, soft-needled evergreens, and ferns. This wealth of vegetation meant that the Hipparchosaurs could thrive and grow. The babies had a lot of catching up to do to reach the size of their huge parents.
In front of me here we have a femur from a large, but not the largest, of the duck-billed dinosaurs. This upper leg bone indicates that this baby dinosaur was in fact no bigger than a goose. But if we compare that to the adult leg bone shows us this animal was bigger than most elephants.
Yeah, impressive, right?
Now, for these animals to grow from this size to this size with the minimum chance of being eaten or stepped on, they're going to have to go awfully fast.
Oh, yeah.
Fast growth rates are a characteristic that distinguishes duck-billed dinosaurs from today's reptiles.
It suggests that these animals were doubling their size every couple of months during their first few years of growth.
Yep.
These are the kind of growth rates that we see in modern mammals and birds. They're not the kind.
And that's interesting. Looking at the size of that femur, let's compare that to my Maiasaura model here. There we go. There's the femur right there. And there's the femur there that Phil Curry is holding. That one looks a little bit smaller than the one that I have. So this Maiasaura... Also, Hypacrosaurus, I think, is a larger dinosaur at adult size than Maiasaura is. So this Maiasaura here would not be a hatchling, but would be maybe a week old or a few weeks old, something like that. You know? Yeah. And want that STL Retro Roadshow? There's only one copy of it in the whole world, and I have it because I made it. Yeah, I photogrammetrized this, and it needs some work. It needs some work, and you can tell that I ran out of filament halfway through it. Switch colors, but pretty happy with how it's turned out so far. Growing it fast, cold on. Ball machine. If you want to call it that, go for it. You can absolutely sell that. I can't sell that Retro Roadshow because I didn't make the original thing, you know? I could maybe offer it for free under like a Creative Commons license or something, maybe. But I should probably check with the museum before I ever even think about doing anything like that, you know? Yeah. Oh no, you're good, Retro Roadshow. No worries. Yeah. Let's continue.
Kind of growth rates we generally see in modern reptiles.
Here we go.
That these animals were doubling their size every couple of months during their first few years of growth. These are the kind of growth rates that we see in modern mammals and birds. They're not the kind of growth rates we generally see in modern reptiles.
Yeah.
As well, the unformed joints of the baby's leg bones led to the conclusion that these Hypacrosaurs, like the Maiasaurs, were not able to survive without parental care.
If
they were altricial.
The head of the bone, right here or here, we can see that it's nice and round in the adult, whereas in the juvenile, it's very flat-topped. And the reason for that is that in the embryo, there's still a cap of cartilage. It's the area where the bone is still growing. We believe that when this dinosaur was born, it was relatively helpless. It didn't have well-formed joints, and therefore it probably needed to be cared for a period of time.
Hey, sweetie pie. Well, who else needs to be cared for?
But the parents couldn't protect.
Sweetie pie, you want to come up here? Hey, sweetie. What is your tail shaking for? What are you agitated about? Come on up here. Say hello. Want some attention? What do you want? Well, she doesn't want to make an appearance right now, and that's okay.
The little Hypacrosaurs of Devil's Coulee from every thread.
Alexander Morrison, it's my landlord there. One of my landlords.
When these dinosaurs were living here 76 million years ago, the environment, of course, was much different than it is today. It was basically low-lying land along a major river system. It was probably forested. It may have been an open kind of forest. The nests were being built up on the banks of the river, so that when the river would go into flood, periodically it would flood out the nests. And as soon as the nests got covered by wet mud, of course,
mammal stream. Oh no, Dr.
would drown because they couldn't get enough air through the eggshell.
Forbid.
Even the teeth of the biggest hunter of the area are now fossilized.
These were the animals that were preying on the big Hypacrosaurus specimens.
Sauropsid zero only. There you go, Alexander. Yeah, the king one. Yeah, that's true. Mammal myself. So was Phil Curry.
Albertosaurs were powerful.
I would reason that most paleontologists are probably mammals. There are a lot of paleontologists who work on mammals, but almost every paleontologist is a mammal. In fact, I'm not sure I can come up with a single exception, you know?
Predators.
For
Their
now,
long,
says
curved
Claire.
teeth had serrations down the front as well as the back. These teeth were perfect for cutting meat, but they were also broad and strong enough to chomp right through bone. Albertosaurs were early relatives of the great Tyrannosaurus rex. Adult Albertosaurs could reach lengths equal to 2 of the biggest of today's elephants. Scientists assumed that Albertosaurs were solitary hunters because they thought that only individual skeletons had ever been found.
But no, they did live in groups, probably.
But Phil Curry suspected that there might be more to the story. He'd read that an early fossil hunter had made a major Albertosaur find in 1910. But no one had been able to find the spot since. So Curry and his researchers set out to look for it.
For a long time, I had heard that Barnum Brown had found a bone bed in Alberta which was composed mostly of Albertosaurus.
Brown conducted his expedition in Alberta.
So this is Barnum Brown. In fact, we actually have Barnum Brown here in the office today. Right there. There he is with a huge hadrosaur skull. That's formerly known as Anatotitan. Now we recognize it's a really big Edmontosaurus. Let me show you. This is the man who discovered Tyrannosaurus rex. There we go. There he is. Right there. Old Barnum Brown. If you watched our fieldwork streams this summer, then you should be well familiar with Barnum Brown because we were kind of following in his footsteps this past summer in the Almond Formation of Wyoming, digging in some of the places where he had dug back in the 1930s. Yeah, the bucket, exactly, Claire Burr. Yeah, we'll be talking more about that next summer when I'm streaming from there, inshallah. But yeah. Anyway, Barnum Brown. There's actually a song about Barnum Brown.
For the American.
I wonder if I would get DMCA'd for this. The Ballad of Barnum Brown. Yeah. A long intro here.
Twas a cold December morning back in 1898. A brave young fossil hunter was pondering his fate when he heard there was a ship that was about to leave the dock.
Barnum
There
Brown.
was room for him if he could somehow beat the clock. Oh, Barnum Brown. A scientific expedition was about to raise its sail, and this young fossil hunter knew he couldn't drag his tail. It was bound for Patagonia, a place without renown, but the fossils that were rumored seemed to call to Barnum Brown. Barnum Brown. Patagonia proved brutal and his spirits quickly fell, and the outcome of the journey not a single soul could tell. The digs were hard, there seemed to be no fossils to be found, but Barnum was convinced somewhere they'd find that hallowed ground.
I think he survived a shipwreck at the time, too.
He felt if he could take a boat just up the coast a bit.
There we go.
Find those fossils with determination and some grit. The others in the expedition countered with a scoff. Yet be a fool to sail away alone and venture off.
It is the same band as the Alfred Wegener song. Yes, indeed, Claire Burr.
Early that next morning, Barnum struck out on his own. But his tiny boat soon crashed and he was weary and alone. Somehow he made it through and found his way back to his mates. They were not too pleased that he had tampered with the fates.
Anyway, here, let's take a look at this quick video. From CBS Monday morning.
Our Sunday morning almanac.
Sunday morning, sorry.
February 12th, 1873. 144 years ago today. The day fossil hunter Barnum Brown was born in Carbondale, Kansas.
Yep. Same birthday as Abraham Lincoln and old Chucky D, Charlie Darwin.
Named after circus showman P.T. Barnum, Brown was instrumental in igniting a worldwide fascination with dinosaurs, a fascination that continues to this day.
She says dinosaurs and then shows
with dinosaurs.
shows a bovid here. That's is that a bison? I can't tell. I don't know. It's got really tall neural spines there. Anyhow.
A fascination that continues to this day.
Hey, Mini Pie.
As a child, Brown collected fossilized shells from mineral deposits.
Oh, let's see if we can have a second cat appearance. Mini Pie. Oh, you know that sound. Come here, Mini Pie. Oh. Usually you're so eager to come up here on the desk when I'm not streaming. Come here. Yeah. Here, Minnie. Maybe I can pick her up and put her up here. She doesn't like to be picked up, but if she gets a treat out of it, fair enough, right? Oh. She's using the scratching post. Good girl, Mini Pie. Good girl. Yeah. Come on up here. Oh. She's not as interested in these treats. She's kind of exploring. What kind of cat? Felis catus, Cosmos. Domestic cat. Come on up here, Mini Pie. She's just exploring everything in the office. Yeah. Which type of domestic cat? A very outgoing one. I'd like to be able to show you rather than telling you, but you'll see her eventually. Anyway, she's
home. And later,
not having it right now.
Landed a job with the American Museum of Natural History in New York. Then, in 1902, while digging in Hell Creek, Montana, Brown discovered the skeleton of a...
Yeah, there's Mini Pie. Look at you, Minnie. Let me get you a treat. Yeah. Ooh, look at that. You want to eat it right off the microphone? Look. Hey. There you go. Nope, it's on the mic. You're just exploring in general, aren't you? It's over here. Oh. Yeah. All this exciting stuff. You're just looking at those and thinking, how can I knock those down? Yeah. And here's a treat for you. There you go. Good stuff. Yeah. Look at you, Minnie. You're too you're kind of too dark for the camera. I don't have the settings right to really pick up on your beautiful face. Oh, look at you. Also, the lighting is not great there for you, Minnie Pie. It's her stream now. It's true, yes. I am the captain now, says Minnie Pie. I am the captain now. Yeah. So, everyone, this is one of my landlords. This is Miss Minnie Pie here. Yeah. And Sweetie Pie is making an appearance too. Wow, Sweetie Pie loves to follow Minnie around. She kind of looks up to Minnie Pie. Oh, yeah, look, there's Sweetie. She's come to say hello. What do you think, Minnie? You just gonna hang out here now? What are you doing, Sweetie? Yeah. Yeah. Pimcat says, wait, not your cat? And it's really the other way around, Pimcat. Yeah. I mean, they're technically, according to the deed, they own the house. So, you know, they're my landlords. Yeah. I, for one, welcome our feline overlords. Yes, Caravan, wise. Wise. Yeah. Hey, good stuff. You're just gonna hang out here, Minnie? That's fine by me. You could even come sit on my lap if you wanted to. You know, she was sitting on my lap this morning when I was trying to glue the Maiasaura together. Anyway, Barnum Brown. Let's get back to him.
Then, in 1902, while digging in Hell Creek, Montana, Brown discovered the partial skeleton of a huge, previously unknown dinosaur. Scientists named it Tyrannosaurus rex, Latin for the Tyrant King. The bones were shipped to New York and in 1906 put on display.
Yeah.
Crowds lined up for blocks to see the beast the New York Times called a monster. A stylish man known on occasion to wear a fur coat on expeditions. Brown then unearthed a more complete skeleton, including a nearly
that's misleading because they're showing a hadrosaur right here. You can clearly tell by how it is that this is a hadrosaur. You know, big hadrosaur tib fib right there, big hadrosaur tail. This is a duckbill dinosaur.
Brown then unearthed a more complete skeleton, including a nearly intact skull. The T-Rex would become by far the most famous of the dinosaurs, a crowd pleaser in films like 1925's The Lost World.
Yeah.
Wrestling
1933's King Kong.
In King Kong. And of course, wreaking havoc in the Jurassic Park movies.
Sinclair Dinoland.
Ever the showman, Brown's last project was designing the dinosaur models, including his beloved T-Rex, for the Sinclair Oil exhibit at the 1964 New York World's Fair.
Yep.
Dino is the most popular souvenir sold at the fair.
Oh,
he would
hello,
die
Minnie.
at age 89, a few months before the fair opened. And while he never got to see his work on display,
look at Minnie Pie.
he would have been pleased that, no surprise, crowds lined up for blocks, as they still do.
What are you doing, Minnie? You causing
whenever
trouble?
a dinosaur comes to town.
Yeah. Oh, Minnie. Look up here. Hey. Yeah, look. Oh, good stuff. Yeah. Oh, Minnie Pie. Yeah. Found a new place to hang out. This is lovely. You know, you can come by anytime I'm streaming Minnie Pie. And I'm not just saying that because you're my landlord. Yeah. Caravan makes a good point. Yeah, for all their cultural impact, we've really only known about dinosaurs for a short amount of time. Yeah. Yeah. It's true. It's cool to think about, you know? It's cool to think about how dinosaurs are kind of a quintessentially modern animal in that sense. We haven't known about them for all that long. Non-avian dinosaurs, I mean. Birds we've known about for a bit longer. Yeah. And you're just sending fur everywhere, Minnie. I need to keep a cat brush in my office. I'm also going to need to vacuum today. You are just shedding everywhere. Aren't you? Aren't you? Yeah. Good stuff. Well, but we were watching another video here with Barnum Brown. Oh. Mini Pie. We might need to install a new light over there, particularly for cats, to illuminate them when they come on screen, or when they get in front of the camera like this. Yeah. Here, let's try this. It kind of works. There you go. You need a lot of light. You're just absorbing that, Mini Pie. Beautiful black fur. Just absorbing that light. Just drinking it in. Yeah. Good stuff. That's why I call them voids. Exactly, Little Pink Pony. Especially at night. You know, 3 black cats in this house, and they just fade into the shadows at night. Yeah, it's really something. It's really something. Yeah. And how about a cat cam? I'm working on it, Shaggy. I used to have like 6 different cameras set up in my office. And right now I only have 2, because that's all that the current setup will allow for some reason. Oh, and Mini Pie is exploring my cords over there. She's like, this cable management is atrocious. Oh. Oh, Minnie. This really is your stream now, huh? Look at you. Yeah. Oh, you're having so much fun, aren't you? Yeah. This is the first time she's come into my office while I've been streaming since I moved in here. And, oh, she's discovered the light. Yeah, it's an LED. I'm sorry it's not very warm. Yeah, well, it's very efficient, Mini Pie. It's not going to put out very much heat. You know? A little bit, a little bit. Did you just bite me? I know that wasn't an aggressive bite, but still, you calm yourself down, okay? Here. Well, let's continue.
Museum of Natural History in New York. Then as now, the river was the easiest route.
Oh, so yeah, Barnum Brown
is composed mostly of Albertosaurus.
He had this really, really cool method of exploring the Badlands there, on the Red Deer River in Alberta, where they had like a barge with some motorized skiffs, and they would basically just let the current take the barge down the river, and they'd go and collect on the banks of the river different dinosaur fossils. It's a really cool setup they had.
Brown conducted his expedition in Alberta.
And yeah, so this is a tent set up on the barge. Here. Barnum Brown. River barge. There we go. Yeah, the Canadians weren't super happy about this because Barnum Brown was taking all of these Canadian fossils back to New York City. Yeah, so the Canadians they weren't thrilled about this idea. But, yeah. Oh. She's on the move. Anyway, good stuff.
Albertosaurus.
Let's continue.
Brown conducted his expedition in Alberta for the American Museum of Natural History in New York. Then as now, the river was the easiest route.
There you are,
We
Chad.
floated down the Red Deer River, basically following the exact path that Barnum Brown had followed.
Brown had excavated the Albertosaur site. The bones had then been packed up and transported to New York for storage in the vaults of the museum. 85 years later, Curry examined the fossils there and realized.
And Lordy, thank you for the 300 bits. Yeah, look who found the camera, Lordy.
If you're
Yeah.
feeling a bit cheated, try blaming the dinosaurs.
Kitty bitties.
And thank you, Delta Rain, for the kitty bitties. Appreciate those as I get forced off my own stream. Mini pie. Goodness. Yeah. We really need a light for you over there, don't we? Here, let's try this. Improvising. Does that work?
Bits for Kitty.
Thank you, Green Herring, for those 200 bits. I think Mini Pie appreciates that. Would you like another treat, Mini Pie? And she really needs so much light. The flashlight from my phone is not doing anything. That's impressive. It's hard to light cats that are black, you know? Yeah. Here. Let me give you another treat. How's that sound? How does that sound, Mini Pie? Look at that tail go back and forth. Ooh, Mini Pie wants one too. Or Speedy Pie wants one too. Here you go, Speedy. Mini Pie, you don't like that? She's kind of mouthing it and then putting it back down. There you go. World's leading cat dinosaur paleontologist. Mini Pie, exactly, Delta Rain. Yeah. Oh, you're slobbering all over my desk. You're making a mess. I thought cats are supposed to be clean. What are you doing? Look at you. Look at the mess you're making. Look at that. That's gross, Mini Pie. What's the big idea? Now she scurries off. Here, I'm gonna get... You left crumbs everywhere, too. Just a second, I'll be right back. Here.
That Brown had dug up. Brown had excavated in Alberta for the American.
Heard that Barnum Brown had found a bone bed in Alberta which was composed mostly of Albertosaurus.
Brown conducted his expedition in Alberta for the American Museum of Natural History in New York.
Cat saliva.
Then as now, the river was the easiest route.
We floated down the Red Deer River, basically following the exact path that Barnum Brown had followed.
Brown had excavated the Albertosaur site. The bones had then been packed up and transported to New York for storage in the vaults of the museum.
Cat hair all over my
85 years
microphone.
later, Curry examined the fossils there and realized that Brown had dug up parts of 9 different Albertosaur skeletons. Curry
9,
was
wow.
determined to find the site. All he had were some old photographs.
Oh yeah, I've seen this in another video. This is pretty cool. Just horizon matching, basically. This is really
One of them
neat.
was a shot of Brown's camp.
Sometimes as a paleontologist, you have to be something of a historian as well. Or a photo analyst, or a, I don't know. It takes a lot of different skills.
1910, and it was right on the river. You could see his boat with the tent on it and his other tents in behind on the shoreline. And I thought, well, we might have a chance of finding that.
A detective. There you go,
This
Capiz.
hill is quite distinctive.
Always a detective.
Easy to spot on the photograph.
Today, the hill and surrounding Badlands are part of Dry Island Buffalo Jump Park in southern Alberta. The day in August 1997 that Curry found the spot turned out to be the hottest of the year.
Everybody had brought lots of water, they thought, but we ran out of water. Me being very stubborn, I decided, well, I'll just keep going. I'll look for a little bit longer, and then I'll go back. Well, it was actually several hours later, and I'd penetrated much deeper into the Badlands. By the time I got to this hill, I was extremely tired, and if I hadn't been, I probably would have noticed that all over the hillside are fragments of bone. And those fragments are relatively easy to identify because they have the kind of texture and pattern and shape that says they're Albertosaurus.
Nice.
And I topped the crest.
Actually, this is something I was talking about with Balint the other day. Like, if you're very experienced, you can tell what kind of a dinosaur it is, sometimes just by a fragment. Theropod bones have got a distinctive kind of texture. It's almost a glassy surface to them that looks different from the bones of ceratopsians or hadrosaurs, duck-billed dinosaurs. And yeah, in this geological formation, Albertosaurus might be the only big theropod in that formation. And what is it, the Horseshoe Canyon Formation? I think Albertosaurus might be the only big theropod there. And so, yeah, if you find big theropod bones, you know they're Albertosaurus.
And looked around and realized that this was it. This was the place.
That's cool, Adina. That's cool.
I was so happy, but so tired at the same time. That I just dropped all my stuff and sat down on the ground and just looked at the scene in front of me. Where I'm standing right now is, in fact, the middle of Barnum Brown's quarry. And from that quarry, as small as it is, they managed to collect the remains of 9 of the 12 Albertosaurus we now know to come from this quarry.
Holy cow. Nice.
The following year, Curry's team began excavating.
And why are the bones different? Do they have different compositions? I mean, it's just a different, like, surface texture and different interior texture, too. It's not like they're chemically very different. They're still going to be hydroxyapatite, like bones usually are. But the surface texture of the bones will be very, very different. The internal structure of the bones will be very, very different. Theropod dinosaurs generally have pretty hollow bones. You don't really see that nearly as much in ornithischian dinosaurs, the bird-hipped dinosaurs. So yeah, sometimes just from a fragment of a bone, you can tell what group of dinosaurs it comes from, just because they've got distinct textures. Yeah.
Parts of 3 new skeletons from the Barnum Brown site.
The association of so many Albertosaurus, of course, does indicate that we probably have a pack of animals here.
The bones found by Curry's team ranged in size from juvenile to adult. These Albertosaurs had to be living and working together.
We have a lot of evidence to show that these animals weren't solitary hunters all the time. They, at least part of the time, did hunt in family groups or packs. The pack is composed of animals that are clearly at least half-grown to full-grown.
Curry was able to develop his ideas about the role that young Albertosaurs played in the pack by studying another find. This fossil was found further south along the Red Deer River in the craggy outcrops of Dinosaur Provincial Park. Albertosaurs hunted here, too. One of them was preserved as a perfect skeleton. Complete from head to tail, it became fossilized in the head-back position of its burial pose.
We call that the epistotonic
Probably
posture.
About 5 years old and only half grown when it died.
We can learn things about how they might have behaved
Very
by
funny
studying
Charlie's
the animals.
Dragon.
And for example, we know that when we look at the juvenile animals, that these were very long-legged, lightly built animals. There's absolutely
very long. They had legs. They had legs in all the right places.
No doubt that they were very fast. They could keep up to the adults. They were more agile and faster, and maybe they could take a different role in the hunt. Clearly, the adults are specialized for the kill. I mean, they're animals with massive jaws. They could bite right through bone, but they wouldn't necessarily been fast enough to catch their prey.
It's possible that the prey was pursued not by the large, slower adult Albertosaurs, but by the swift, light-footed juveniles. Working together, the juveniles could have driven the prey back for the kill toward the jaws of the waiting adults.
Yeah, that's one idea. Like, if they really did live in family groups like this, which is possible they did, but I'm kind of more doubtful about this idea than I used to be. Just because the adults and the juveniles look so different from one another, and we have some evidence that the adults are eating something different from what the juveniles are eating. That, yeah, did they actually like hunt in packs like this? Maybe. But it almost seems like the adults and the juveniles might be living in different settings. If they really are adapted for different niches, then they might be geographically restricted from one another to a certain extent. So yeah. Kind of like Komodo dragons.
The rich plant-eating dinosaur nesting
Could be Caravan, yeah.
were also prime
Could be.
hunting territory for a smaller dinosaur called...
Called what, chat? Called what? Your guess will probably be correct. Well, except for the pronunciation.
Tradoon.
There you go, Lenina. Yeah. Here, I'm going to go wash my hands because I was touching cat treats and touching cat slobber. So let me do that. My hands suddenly feel very dirty. Yeah.
Troodon.
Troodon.
Troodon fossils are rare. Piecing together bones from a number of different finds helps paleontologist Dave Verricchio reconstruct the animal at the Museum of the Rockies.
So we put together here the skeleton of an adult Troodon. You can see there's a lot of missing pieces. And Troodon has been a
So that's Dave right there. Dave Verricchio was my undergrad advisor.
Mystery for a long time. It was first described almost 150 years ago. And even here, we've kind of tried to get close to a skeleton, but really we have parts of at least 4 individuals. So our knowledge of Troodon has really come in small bits and pieces.
This dinosaur had long hands with large claws on its 3 fingers. Its back leg and foot are delicately built.
Troodon's foot had 2 main claws that it ran on, and then on its inner toe, it had an enlarged claw. This claw was retractable, so it was held off the ground, and that way it kept the nail of the claw sharp.
This animal was a good hunter, able to detect prey with
It didn't live in grasslands, though. Grasses had not evolved yet.
its large eyes. Its teeth offer clues about its diet.
Troodon's tooth has remained...
And by the way, this animal, I think we watched a troodontid video the other day, didn't we? No, it was today with the arson committed by troodontids. Shoot, you remember that.
Tradoon.
Yeah.
Its huge eyes give it a cute sight, even in this smoky gloom.
Oh, it is a cute sight, isn't it?
And for
Big
its
eyes.
size, its brain is one of the largest on the planet.
Yeah.
It is the most intelligent, adaptable, and successful hunter in the Arctic.
Yeah. Troodontids, like good old Troodon. Yeah, that's a pretty decent Troodon there. Not too shabby. Let's find a better one, though. Oh, I like that one. Yeah. Oh, that's a lovely one. Throw it on. This one really kind of captures its gracile-ness. There's a more heavily built Troodonted there. But, yeah. Nice. So it's a close relative of dinosaurs like Velociraptor and Deinonychus and Utahraptor. It's part of the Deinonychosauria, but it's not a dromaeosaur, it's a Troodontid. If dromaeosaurs are like wolves, then Troodontids are like coyotes. Kind of smaller, more svelte. They're not always smaller, but, you know, they're not as heavily built as the dromaeosaurs. And they may have been more generalist in their diets, as Dave is about to talk to you.
Its teeth offer clues about its diet.
Troodon's tooth has remained a puzzle. The serrations it has are unusually large and have a peculiar shape as well.
Yep.
So from the teeth alone, I think we'd guess that Troodon probably ate a wide variety of things. Probably ate some small animals, insects, and may also have eaten some plants as well.
And that is really, really cool that Dave was saying this way back in 2001, because we now have isotopic evidence of this. That these animals were eating plants part of the time. There we go. Biogeochemical insights into Mesozoic terrestrial paleoecology and evidence for omnivory in troodontid dinosaurs. So, yeah, troodontids, which have been variably hypothesized as either faunivorous, either eating animals, omnivorous, or herbivorous due to their distinct and unusual dentition. They preserve ratios of these isotopes that fall between those of ornithischians and dromaeosaurids. For these multi-proxy data, we interpret troodontids.
Dinosaur man.
Anakin Gabriel, thank you for the 3 months of support, Anakin. I really appreciate that. Welcome back. Yeah. We interpret troodontids as mixed feeding to plant-dominant omnivores. So what does that mean? It means these animals may have been mostly eating plants. This is a paper that just came out like a few weeks ago. And thank you, Sculpin, for those 200 bits. I appreciate that very much. Thank you. Yeah. So yeah. And here's Dave saying this more than 20 years ago.
Are unusually large and have a peculiar shape as well. So from the teeth alone, I think we'd guess that Troodon probably ate a wide variety of things. Probably ate some small animals, insects, and may also have eaten some plants as well.
Yep. They may have mostly eaten plants, at least according to that isotopic data, which is really interesting.
Its foot structure, posture, and brain shape are very bird-like. In fact, Troodon birds are members of the same ancient family tree.
Yep.
With so many bird characteristics, scientists believe that Troodon most probably had some kind of feathered covering on its body.
Yep.
You can see Troodon's not a very big dinosaur. Its back leg, it's about as long as a not too tall, I guess not very tall person.
As for the baby, it could have been held in one hand.
We have this baby bone. This is actually the upper arm bone from the embryo. So this is the baby that was actually found inside the Troodon egg. You can see it's quite small.
The little Troodon baby was found all curled up, still inside its egg.
So we're looking at part of an egg here. You can see some eggshell here.
And I love, again, in paleontology, only the finest, most high-tech, most, frankly, expensive equipment. Clearly spared no expense here. Do you know what this is, chat? I believe it is called a rubber band? Yeah. Holding this egg together.
At the bottom and some at the top as well.
The little Troodon baby was found all curled up, still inside its egg.
So we're looking at part of an egg here. You can see some eggshell here at the bottom and some at the top as well. And this egg is really important because it preserves an embryo inside. It's really only on the basis of an embryo that we can identify an egg to a particular type of dinosaur. So what we're looking at is a troodon leg, an embryonic leg. You can see the thigh bone running.
And I just want to say, too, it's funny that Dave said this.
On
here.
the basis of an embryo that we can identify.
Here.
An embryo inside. It's really only on the basis of an embryo that we can identify an egg to a particular type of dinosaur.
And this turns out to be true. Some of Dave's students worked on eggs. Some of his master's students, people like Jade Simon and Danny Barta. And part of their project was like, can we figure out what kind of a dinosaur laid a particular egg just based on the eggshell texture or the eggshell microstructure or something like that? And it turns out you basically can't. It doesn't really work that way, because apparently eggshell texture and eggshell microstructure just evolves too quickly, and there's too much convergence between different lineages and stuff like that. So he's right. He said this back in 2001. He had students check on this idea, and it turns out he was right originally, that really you need an embryo inside to be able to tell what kind of dinosaur laid that egg, you know?
As well. And this egg is really important because it preserves an embryo inside.
There you go, reanimated it, yeah.
On the basis of an embryo that we can identify an egg to a particular type of dinosaur. So what we're looking at is a troodon leg, an embryonic leg. You can see the thigh bone running here, then this long one here is the shin bone, and there's a portion of the foot lying underneath that. So we're looking at the left leg that's sort of folded underneath itself.
Pretty awesome.
When its life ended, this baby dinosaur was just about to hatch.
The bones of the leg here are well formed, meaning that they're not cartilage, pretty much all bone. And that indicates that when this embryo hatched out, it could be very active.
Well, look who else is hatching in here. Belly and Cheese. Welcome back to Paleontologizing. Listen to that hot new sound. It's good to have you here, Valiant Cheese. Welcome back.
Cheese has a new sound for their 4 listeners.
How'd your stream go? I hope it was really good. We're talking about dinosaur eggs and embryos, and that's my old undergrad advisor talking about them here. Troodon eggs. Good stuff.
Pretty much, they're not cartilage, pretty much all bone. And that indicates that when this embryo hatched out, it could be very active.
It was ready to go. Precocial, even. Look at that little baby troodon coming out of there.
The discovery of the troodon embryos provided the scientists with a different model for dinosaur behavior. Unlike the maiasaur and the pachysaur babies, the troodon hatchlings had strong, fully formed leg bones. They could fend for themselves without parental care.
I love these puppets. These are great.
Troodon eggs were first found near Shoto, Montana, in
Yep,
1979 by Jack Horner and his crew. The site was so rich in troodon eggs and babies that it became known as Egg Mountain.
Yep. It's not much of a mountain.
And
it's not even much of a hill, really. But, man, is it an important site for dinosaur paleobiology.
This is the surface that we took off. This is the surface of a nesting ground.
The little mound of rock and dirt was a long way from deserving the title of mountain, but it did hold the remains of an intact ecosystem.
Yeah.
What we found here basically was just a grass-covered knoll with dinosaur eggs laying all over it. We started sifting through the sand and the sediments and started finding little baby bones and lots of eggshell, millions of eggshell fragments. After about 6 years, we had close to 300 eggs, hundreds of baby bones, and the world's first.
Look out for grassy knolls. Yeah, aerospace. The dinosaurs got too close to the grassy knoll.
First pretty complete dinosaur nesting ground.
Around 77 million years ago, Egg Mountain was a flat...
Reanimated Bit says, what do you think the native people of North America thought of when finding fossils? It's tough to say, Reanimated Bit, because native peoples of of North America didn't really have like a written language. Or didn't have written languages, I mean. Many, many, many different languages spoken by native peoples here in North America. But there's actually a book about this. Oh, Megatherium 8000. Sounds like you're in the right place. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's great to have you here. And thank you for the follow. Yeah. Do I have Adrian Mayer's book? Fossil Legends of the First Americans? I'm looking. I don't think I do. I'm not sure why I don't have that. Yeah, I only have the first Fossil Hunters, which means I need to pick up a copy of that. Let's see if we have it on Thrift Books. No, I have to get it new on Thrift Books, which means it's going to be cheaper on Amazon, but I no longer buy books on Amazon. Every time I buy a book on Amazon, it always shows up and the front cover is like bent or torn, or the book is all banged up. Amazon is not a good place to get books. I'm just going to say it. It's really not. I know it started off as a bookstore. Don't get your books at Amazon. I'm going to order this from my local bookseller, but here's a link. Fossil Legends of the First Americans by Adrian Mayer. And they always come in damaged for you too, Tommy Platicus? Yeah. It's just not a smart thing to do, buy books on Amazon. They always arrive damaged. I wonder if Adrian Mayer has to talk about this. Not about not buying books on Amazon, but about Fossil Legends of the First Americans. There we go. Yeah. There's a whole talk about this.
Expert and who knows the story because it should be told, and because we supply resources after that.
See, and of course they also insist on an obvious but unacknowledged fact. Centuries before the arrival of Europeans and long before the development of the formal science of paleontology in the late 19th century, indigenous people in the Americas had already observed and speculated about the fossilized traces of extinct life forms. They saw fossil shells and fish and other marine species in arid terrains and on mountaintops, and they understood that the land had once been under the sea. And of course, they also encountered petrified wood from ancient forests, and as well as the huge bones of dinosaurs and mammoths and other traces of vanished creatures. And
so yeah, there's the link there in the chat if you want to listen to the rest of the talk. I'd also recommend you take a look at that book if this is a topic that fascinates you. I need to pick up a copy of that. I should call my local independent bookseller, see if they can get it in. Because I think there's like a new paperback version. I used to have the hardcover and it was beautiful. But no longer. Anyway, yeah. But yeah, Charlie's Dragon, yeah, it goes without saying. Native people are just as smart as anyone else, just as curious and looking for answers for the world around them, absolutely. And indigenous peoples of the US and Canada and Mexico would have found fossils and would have pondered what they meant. And would have interpreted them in ways that, like, in some respects, were like far ahead of what European people thought of fossils. Like, oh, these are just tricks of the devil or something like that. It's like, no. Anyway, let's continue.
That island in a vast lake. The lake was near
world's first pretty complete dinosaur nesting ground.
Yeah. A nader fiend. Oh, almost certainly. You know, yeah, well, but they wouldn't have been native at the time, though. That's the thing. When people first walked across the land bridge from Asia into North America, like the extinction of the North American megafauna happens pretty quickly thereafter. So yeah. How long do you have to be in a place before you're considered native? I don't know. But yeah, Australia too. Yeah, yeah. Basically everywhere except Africa.
Was a flat
native
island in a vast lake.
Yeah.
The lake was alkaline, too salty for fish to live in, but a good environment for nesting troodons.
And Egg Mountain itself was relatively close to the shore. The dinosaurs probably didn't have
Troodon
to swim.
tracks.
I could have waded
I love
to the
that.
shore.
I'm like, what kind of bird is this? But no, look. 2 toes and then just kind of a trace of digit 4 right there. No, digit 2, sorry. The first digit is the hallux. That one doesn't make a print. And you have 2, 3, and 4. So 1, 2, 3, and 4.
The dinosaurs.
I love that. They made
probably didn't
Troodon
have to swim.
tracks
I
for
could
this.
have waded to the shore.
Yeah. And they're they're practical effects, Valiant Cheese. Yeah.
In the rocky sedimentary remains of the lakeshore, Horner's team discovered at least 10 clutches of troodon.
And Reanimated Bit says, I've looked into some Lakota and the language and then realized how many languages were in America. It's stunning. It really is stunning. Yeah, absolutely. Really incredible. And it's like a absolute rotten shame that so many of these languages are almost extinct or completely extinct. You know? Like what a tragedy that those have been lost, you know? Yeah. I know when I lived in Montana, it was always cool. You'd be up in the northwest part of the state. In certain areas, you would have signs on the side of the road, you know, telling you what county you're in or, you know, what this next exit is, stuff like that. It would be in English, and then it would be in Flathead as well. And that was really, really cool. Because I think it was back in like the 1930s or something. The Flathead people came up with a written language, which they'd never had before. They came up with a written language, and that is in use in Montana to this very day, which is super cool. Anyway, back to Troodon here.
The lakeshore, Horner's team discovered at least 10 clutches of troodon eggs.
Yeah, these are on display at
complete
Museum of the Rockies.
Was analyzed by Dave Verricchio.
This is a Troodon egg clutch of about 22 eggs. And what was really neat about this particular egg clutch is that we found it inside a Troodon nest. And that's a really rare find, to actually find the nest structure built by a dinosaur, in this case, 75 million years ago.
Yeah. Oh, this is neat. We're going to get to see this. Well, shoot. I once did an illustration for one of Dave's papers. Here we go. Yep. Here it is here. He wanted a very simple, like, schematic illustration of different theropod groups going up to modern birds, neornithine birds. And their nest structures. So in Troodon, the eggs were buried pointy end down like this, with the broad end sticking up out of the substrate. And we think that troodontid parents were actually sitting on the nests. Dave thinks it was probably the fathers rather than the mothers that would sit on the nest, because that's how it is in quote-unquote primitive birds. More early diverging birds, critters like what we used to call ratites, ostriches, emus, cassowaries, and rheas, and tinamous also. The male is the one who actually sits on the eggs. He broods the nest. Yeah. And there it is. Oh, come on. Here, give me a second. Let me open this paper. Downloads. There we go. Yeah. Pretty cool. And there's a smaller version of that illustration right there. I really need to make Dave a better one to use in his papers. But yeah, yeah. Artwork by Danny Anduza. There you go. Cool stuff. He wanted like a really simple cartoony diagrams. That's what I did. Yeah. And is this on your Instagram or Twitter? I don't know if it is, Claire. Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, good stuff. Let's see what one of those Troodon nests would look like.
This is the actual rim of the nest that the dinosaur actually piled up some sediment, and the clutch of eggs was out here in the center of it.
Looked like the adult came, probably dug in the soil to loosen it up, and also kind of move some of that sediment away from
diagonal. I agree.
Center.
Yeah.
Troodons would be laying their eggs, and I think manipulating them with their little hands.
We're actually looking at the products of Troodon behavior, so how the eggs are arranged in the clutch. So you're actually looking at a real nest structure. To me, that's pretty exciting.
So this is, you know, this is what paleontology is all about. You know, finding something that that a dinosaur actually created.
Pretty neat. Yeah.
In the carefully prepared nest, the Troodon mother left evidence for Dave Verricchio about her reproductive anatomy.
And we think that Troodon laid its eggs 2 at a time.
Yep.
And we can kind of see that the eggs have kind of a paired pattern. So it looks like there's 2 sets of eggs, 2 eggs, 2 eggs, 2 eggs, all the way around.
Dual oviducts. Just like modern birds. Or
these eggs are kind of unusual.
Not like modern birds.
And that the eggs are kind of long, but they sort of stick into the ground with their pointy end planted. And you can kind of see that in this egg clutch here. The bottom parts are missing, and we see the top parts of the eggs that would have been exposed in the nest.
Other clutches of Troodon eggs are also clearly arranged in pairs.
How we explain that paired pattern comes from looking at modern animals, particularly those animals that are most closely related to dinosaurs.
Crocodiles lay all their eggs at one time.
And then birds.
They are deposited in the sand in a big mass. On the other hand, birds lay only one egg at a time. But the size of the egg is much larger in comparison to the bird's body size.
Is that a loon? Very cool.
It appears that Troodon's egg-laying was a mixed system, part reptile and part bird. The mother Troodon had 2 reproductive tracts, like a crocodile. But from each side, she produced only 1 egg, like a bird. She then laid the eggs 2 at a time, probably taking a number of days to lay all 22 of them.
I love these practical effects.
Another discovery revealed...
And so that's really neat. I want to go back to that, actually. And that does look like a common loon there. Very nice. Yeah. The reason that birds today only lay 1 egg at a time is because somewhere along the way, on their journey into being volant creatures, being able to take off into the skies, you know, they had to cut a lot of weight. And reducing your number of oviducts is one way of doing that. So that's today the reason why birds only lay 1 egg at a time. Crocodilians do not have that kind of constraint. But theropod dinosaurs, rather than just like carrying a ton of eggs around in their body at a time, they would just produce 2 at a time because they had 2 oviducts. So yeah, it's pretty neat.
Only 1 egg at a time. But the size of the egg is much larger in comparison to the bird's body size.
Yep.
It appears that Troodon's egg-laying was a mixed system, part reptile and part bird. The mother Troodon...
Part reptile, part bird. Birds are reptiles. I don't know. I don't love the language there.
...had 2 reproductive tracts, like a crocodile. But from each side, she produced only 1 egg, like a bird. She then laid the eggs 2 at a time, probably taking a number of days to lay all 22 of them. Another discovery revealed even more of this dinosaur's behavior. The leg bones of a fully grown troodon were found
bird. Yeah, there you
perched
go.
right on top of its nest of eggs.
Part of the leg that we found, this is the thigh bone. We have the shin bone, and then portions of the foot that were also there.
Kudos, Buddha. Yeah, welcome.
Pretty much the back half of the animal.
That's puppet's cool.
The
Very
waist
cool.
down.
This adult troodon was actually brooding its eggs, keeping them warm and protecting them just like a bird.
Yeah.
It is an extremely rare find. Only one of 2 kinds of brooding dinosaurs found in the whole world.
The other's Oviraptorosaurs.
Troodon.
Like this critter right here. That's City Patty, a well-known Oviraptorosaur from Mongolia.
Eggs and babies needed protecting. In fact, the skeletons of smaller predators are found at Egg Mountain.
Tradoon.
This is the lower jaw of Alphodon. It's a small possum-like mammal that lived with Troodon, and we often find some of the remains with Troodon eggs. And you can see the several teeth in this lower jaw.
Interesting stuff, little Alphodon. Alphodon. Yeah, it is often portrayed as being very opossum-like. I don't think they make it through the KPG boundary. That's a funny little model. I think they go extinct at the end of the Cretaceous, like most mammals do. But yeah, Alphodon.
Lived with Troodon, and we often find some of the remains with Troodon eggs. And you can see the several teeth in this lower jaw.
Like today's possum, the little mammal called Alphodon was probably scavenging on broken eggs. Lizards would also most likely have been preying on the Troodon eggs. The fossilized remains of an ancient lizard, very similar to today's monitor lizard, were found right at the Troodon nesting site.
And hey, holy cow, do you see what's going on here? They got a live monitor lizard. I'm not sure what species this is. And it's eating... What is this?
Lizards would also most likely have been preying on the Troodon eggs.
Do you see what that is, chat? That's a real egg right there. Yeah. Emu egg, maybe? Yes, indeed, Valiant Cheese. I think that is right on the money. Yeah. Pretty cool. Like, they... Talk about practical effects. They really went all out with this. This is, this makes me happy. This is really neat.
The fossilized remains of an ancient lizard, very similar to today's monitor lizard, were found right at the Troodon nesting site.
Pretty cool.
But the final threat to the baby Troodons of Egg Mountain was their own environment. A flood of muddy waters smothered the entire nest of 22 eggs.
Oh, baby Troodon. Aerospace, yeah. Oh.
In the end, it was the muddy sediments that preserved the bones of the babies.
Jinwon says, my heart will go on, starts playing. Oh, no. Oh, no. Yeah, but, you know, their sacrifice was not in vain. Because that remarkable find has allowed us to learn so much about the reproductive biology of theropod dinosaurs, about their brooding behavior, about their nest construction, about, you know, that they were precocial youngsters. Like, all of that information from that one site. That's pretty extraordinary. So big paleo salute to, yes, Daisy McGar, those poor babies, but their deaths were not in vain. They've allowed us to learn so much about these animals. And that's really cool. That's really cool. Excuse me. Let's... We've got like a minute left in this. Let's finish it up.
In the end, it
and we'll
was
do
the
Thursday
muddy
Birds Day.
sediments that preserved the bones of the babies. Buried and turned to stone, their skeletons lay safe and protected. All that's left are some rare ancient environments and a few precious bones. But even now, it's still possible to catch a glimpse of how these animals actually lived. By chipping
It is
away
already
at their
Thursday. Can you
fossils
believe it,
and
Mayor
releasing
Space?
their bones.
Crazy.
So the baby dinosaurs world has not really disappeared. It's simply been tucked away until their stories could be told.
I like that. I like that a lot. Very cool. Well, I hope you enjoyed this, chat. I'd never seen this before today, and I was impressed. This is really well done. And really cool to see both my old boss and my undergrad advisor make appearances here. Neat stuff. Very neat stuff. And very cool puppetry. Agreed, Valiant Cheese. Yeah. Here is a link in the chat for you. That particular one on YouTube. Yeah. Good stuff. And what an excellent topic for today, too. It being Thursday Birds Day. Talking about dinosaur egg laying and how similar that was to the way that birds do it to this very day. Birds, of course, being the only living dinosaurs. That's what we celebrate on Thursday Birds Day. The fact that dinosaurs never truly went extinct. They're still all around us. Birds. So, what do you say we go ahead and start up Thursday Birds Day? Let's do it.
Hold on, something's coming out of here. Look, there's a bird, dude. It knows what's good. I'm telling you, I just heard it inside.
I don't care if Monday's blue, Tuesday's gray and Wednesday too. Thursday, I don't care about you, it's Thursday.
Thursday Birds Day.
Birds are all around us in everyday life. But most of the time we hardly even notice them. Thursday Birds Day is a step toward correcting this oversight. Do you want to be part of Thursday Birds Day?
I don't know.
Here's how you can contribute. Go outside during the week and pay special attention to the birds around you. See if you can take a picture of a bird. It doesn't have to be a good picture, any old photo will do. Upload the picture to the Discord and we will discuss it on Thursday. Simple as that. Thursday Birds Day is an invitation to go outside and appreciate the grandeur of the natural world. It's a reminder that, since birds are theropods, dinosaurs still enrich our daily lives.
It's great!
And finally, it's a celebration of the amazing history of life on our planet. So, happy Thursday Birds Day.
Well, yeah. Happy Thursday Birds Day, everyone. And let's go ahead and get into that Discord, shall we? So, to start us off this week, Some more Australian magpies from Cheeseness here. Valiant Cheese. And I guess I gotta unmute the Discord site, huh? There we go. Gotta love those Australian magpies. Yeah. That's what I'm gonna sing for me when I whistled. Very cool, Valiant Cheese. Very cool. Good stuff. Australian magpies not related to proper magpies, but we let it slide because, you know, everybody loves critters from Australia. Yeah, it's called caroling. I really like that, Valiant Cheese. Neat critters. Thanks for posting. I know it was a follow-up to last week's. Thanks for posting. Mayor Space has got, what is this? Another bird from the Audubon Center for Birds of Prey. I think this might be a snail kite. Remember, I didn't take pictures of the plaques. Correct me if you have a better ID. A snail kite. Let's see if that makes sense. Snail kite. Ooh. Those do have the very hooked beak like that. Maybe it's a female? But usually with birds of prey, the males and females look very similar to one another. But no, it could be a female. Looks like these, the females do look different. Does it have a red eye? Kind of. Yeah. Very cool, Mayor Space. Very cool. Here, I feel like I need to look up a video of these guys and see what their deal is. What's a snail kite? And do they actually hunt snails? I guess they don't have to be the fastest birds if that's their prey. Very slow-moving bird. Yeah, there you go, Skullman. Yeah. But I wonder if that very distinctive beak shape is for predating on snails. Fruit fly. Huh. I believe we had like a news broadcast here. Let's take a look at this. I don't know if we'll watch the whole thing. It's like 8 minutes long. All right, let's get to it.
If you look at Google Maps, it's one of the only big, giant wetland areas.
Huh.
And so when we were thinking, like, ooh, where are snail kites going to show up next? This was an obvious choice.
2016, the endangered snail kite was spotted in Paynes Prairie, far north of its established range. Widespread wetland destruction of the past century threatened the future of this raptor. Less than 100 birds were seen since 1972.
Paynes Prairie is a
Yowza.
big, kind of almost like a bowl, like a bathtub. And so you get water that drains from many different parts of the county into the prairie.
Huh.
It has a sinkhole, the Alachua Sink, and that's one of the main drain for the bathtub, if you will. And if that can get clogged or partially clogged, that really slows down drainage. And then we had a couple big hurricanes and a lot of flooding. And so Paynes Prairie is still pretty flooded from hurricanes from years ago.
So the environment changed a bit, and
Florida. It's going to be a busy weekend.
This morning, the worst flooding in nearly a century.
So this is like 2016, and everyone was like, oh, it would be so cool if a kite showed up on the prairie. And my friend Isabel was in town, and she was like, do you want to go birding with me at Sweetwater? And I was like, yeah, you bet I do, because I never turned down an opportunity to go birding. And we did, and we were rounding the corner, and we both looked to the side at the same time, and there was this snail kite sitting on a fence post, just playing around, extracting a snail. And we both looked and we were like, oh my God, it's a snail kite. Like, we freaked out.
Super cool. That's wild that they specialize in snails too.
Bird carrying nesting material, and
that's so cool.
Just skyrocketed from there.
An apple snail, is that right, Sculpin?
We have this issue.
Sounds expensive and proprietary.
We have an invasive snail in the system. It's one of the 100 worst invaders in the world.
Yowza.
But where
oh yeah, shoot.
It's like
yeah, right. It says apple snail right there. See? Apple snail. Yowza. So yeah, you know they're not going to be open source. They're gonna cost a lot of money. I mean, holy cow. Yeah, shoot. Yeah. Goodness. Destroy cache. That sounds like Apple.
But where snail kites are concerned, it's like nearly identical in shape, like dimension kind of.
Jesus. Not only that, but you have to throw it out and get a new snail in a year or two. There you go. Yeah, you know, the motherboard is soldered on. Can't replace that thing. Yeah.
It's a native snail.
At least they are immune to viruses? Not anymore. They make special ones now, Claire Burr.
So snail kites are able to access it and to eat it. And they do. They eat it a lot.
Nice.
Kites need to forage in areas where there are like emergent grass-like stems because the snails are crawling up the vegetation.
Oh.
I feel like they have two foraging modes. They have a sit and wait mode.
Let's hope, Gene Wen. Let's hope.
Perched on something, and they just sit and watch the water. And snails will crawl up the vegetation, and when a kite sees it, it'll take flight and do a short flight and a shallow plunge into the water with both feet extended.
Oh, this is so cool. We get to see this.
And then kind of give one strong flap to push straight up, and then flop off with the snail, hopefully.
Odor of substantial change in evolution. If extinction didn't occur, a successful group would dominate and it would last forever.
Excellent. Chris TS, 10 months of support. Thank you, Chris TS. I appreciate you for keeping me here on the air for the past 10 months. Good stuff.
And it'll
water hyacinth, yeah, Sculpin. Oh boy.
So it can like balance and hold the snail and extract it.
That's
and then
wild.
The second thing they'll do is this course hunting, where it's the same thing, but to find the snail, they circle around. They make these slow, lazy flights about like 20 or 30 feet off the surface of the water.
Very cool. Yeah, big snails there, Charlie's Dragon.
This is from digging way.
Snail chasing. Yeah, there you go, Clever. Let's get a shout out for Snail Chaser, who, by the way, Sweetie Pie, whom you saw earlier, used to be Snail Chaser's cat, but he moved to a place where he couldn't have a cat anymore, and so Lordy and Ios adopted Sweetie Pie, and now she's on the deed and owns the house. Yeah. Anyway.
Way back in the literature, but it tells you something. So like in the 1800s to mid 1900s, kites were mostly in the Everglades, but there were these records from Alachua County, from down near the Orlando area. And the problem is that people didn't have airboats. And so they can't like just go out into a wetland. Like there's no way you would try to walk across Payne's Prairie right now.
Yeah.
Like you'd probably die. And then you move into these eras in the late 60s to the mid 90s. There was a lot of habitat degradation that happened at that time.
Yeah, habitat destruction.
And at that time, the snail kite population was already listed as endangered, and it was pretty low. And even though recovery efforts were underway, human modification of the landscape made it hard for the species to really thrive. And so then enter like the mid 90s, and we're still having these problems. And most of the range, again, is still concentrated down in the Everglades. And then we have the invasion of the exotic snail. That signals a lot of prey. And then finally, we end up with these nesting events on Payne's Prairie.
Very cool.
Which is, bringing it back to where kites were historically, but in a new way, because we still have landscape modifications and there's so many more people using habitat in so many different ways. Well, but what does this mean for the future? And what about climate change, and what about the hurricanes that brought the high water in the first place? Even though this extreme weather event of Hurricane Irma is what brought high water, those conditions need to
That's an Anhinga there, right?
persist. And so with climate change, we can expect more frequent hurricanes, which could result in more high water events.
Yeah, and with sea levels rising anyway, much of Florida is going to look like even more like this than it currently does, you know? Yeah. Anyway, landscape modifications is code for golf courses. Yeah, diagonal. Oof. A scourge on the landscape. They spread like a cancer, those golf courses. Yeah.
Sweetwater functions as a treatment.
The snail kite is the hero we needed but didn't deserve. There you go, casually average, agreed.
It was designed and built to filter nutrient-rich water that's coming out of Gainesville. There's an urban creek that flows into the prairie from Gainesville, and it picks up nutrients from stormwater runoff. It picks up nutrients from wastewater treatment.
Huh.
And so when it flows into the wetlands, it slows down, it gets filtered, it gets cleaned. Wetlands they're kind of like nature's kidneys. They naturally filter a lot of pollutants, and they really do a great job of removing nitrogen.
Their ability to nest and to survive in these wetland areas is closely tied to hydrology. So they need water.
I guess we are watching this whole video. This is great. I'm really enjoying this.
But then they need more like open patches of water with less substrate. And so even though that's all contained within a wetland, the wetland has to be patchy in a way.
And welcome, Coolie Spots. Good to have you here.
And when the water recedes, for instance, in a drought year, we know that causes problems for snail kites. And so that tends to trigger dispersal of birds. Right when your wetland dries up, you need to move and find a new wetland. And in ecology, it's never one factor. It's just all about good wetland management and about considering kites and what their habitat needs are. There are not too many big old wetlands
in the Orlando wetlands. Yeah, cool, Mayor Space.
For kites to disperse to.
If you can see one eating a snail, it's like a holy grail right there. Snail grail.
Snail kites were not well known from a lot of areas of North Florida where we think that they would or could be. And so it turns out that having breeding on pain.
And I love that you can just identify this as a snail kite from far away, because like it's holding this large bulbous thing in its beak, like it's holding a snail. I'm guessing most other birds of prey are probably not eating snails very often. Maybe like a red-shouldered hawk, they might eat snails, but yeah.
And so it turns out that having breeding on Payne's Prairie to the extent that we've had for the past 2 to 3 breeding seasons is a big deal, especially for a critically endangered species like this.
A network of wetlands must be managed to help the birds cover the steep costs of movement. Oof. What a cool critter, though. Pretty awesome. Well, Mayor Space, thanks for sharing with us. That is got to be a snail kite. Look at that beak. Very cool. Very cool. Paleo salute to that. Thank you, Mayor Space. You're so lucky to live in such a... I know Florida can be like a wild and sometimes unpleasant place, but sometimes it can be very pleasantly wild in a wilderness sense, where you get all kinds of really cool critters that you don't get in the rest of the United States. In the you don't get on the mainland, you know? But yeah, I like Florida too, Mayor's Face. Just the natural surroundings and all those different really cool ecosystems. Pretty awesome, pretty awesome. And Lenina says, I just right now managed to snap some very grainy pictures of an owl in a tree in my backyard. I heard it vocalizing. I managed to spot it in the waning sunlight. It flew off once it spotted me, and it was wild how silent the flight was compared to other birds. Oh yeah. They worked a long time on having those silent wing beats. It's pretty cool how they evolved that. Pretty cool. Yeah. Incredibly quiet, Valiant Cheese. In fact, maybe we can even find a video about that. Yeah. Here, let's take a look at this. Ooh. From something called Deep Look. Oh, this is neat.
This owl is an ambush hunter.
Uh-oh.
What makes her so deadly? She's not the fastest, but she has a different advantage.
Stealth.
It's stealth, not speed,
Yeah.
that makes her lethal. Compare this owl to a falcon. Both animals are birds of prey, but they have really different strategies when it comes to hunting.
They're also not closely related at all.
Falcon hunts when it's light out. He's incredibly fast. Some falcons fly up to 200 miles per hour. They don't need to be quiet. By the time their prey hears them, it's already too late.
Yeah. Yowza.
But owls have another strategy. They hunt under the cover of darkness. They're sneaky. She has incredibly powerful night vision. She can zero in on the location of even the smallest noise.
Remember we were talking earlier about how owls are mostly colorblind? It's because they've kind of... Oh shoot, here's a video game thing for all of you gamers out there. On their character select screen... Oh, aren't you proud of me using these video game terms? On their character select screen, they went all in on night vision. And so they can't do things like see in color anymore. You know, too many rods, not enough cones in the eyes. But that gives them a tremendous advantage for what they do. They are night specialists. And, Doobidoo, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here, Doobidoo. Yeah. You don't need much color vision when you min-max for a nocturnal lifestyle. What Claire said. Yeah. Good stuff.
Air rushes over her wings as she flies. In most birds, that's noisy. But with owls, there's almost no flapping sound, no rustling. It's quiet.
Yeah.
Up close, you can see how she does it. Her feathers are velvety, soft. That furriness lets the feathers slip quietly past each other during flight.
Interesting.
Dampen sound like a soft blanket.
Wow, so if you need to soundproof your space, like if you're streaming and you just get too much echo, just fill your streaming space with owls, you know? You might have to clean up a bunch of regurgitated little mammal bones, but no echo, though. And isn't that a price worth paying for that?
Compare that to falcon feathers. They're sleek and aerodynamic, but noisy as they slice through the air.
Yeah. Small price to pay for owls. There you go.
See those projections along the leading edge of the owl's wing?
Oh, that's so cool. They look like eyelashes.
Those break up the wind as it flows over the top of the wing.
That's super
The
neat.
feathers at the trailing edge of the wing break up the wind even more. Compared to a falcon, these feathers look kind of jagged,
There you go,
right?
Daisy McCarr.
But that
reminds me of... Yeah. That reminds me of this, of course.
Well, sir, you've certainly vanquished all your enemies, the elementary school, the local tavern, the old age home. You must be very proud.
No, not while my greatest nemesis still provides our customers with free light, heat, and energy. I call this enemy the sun. Since the beginning of time, I have yearned to destroy the sun. I will do the next best thing. Block it out.
Good God.
Imagine it, Smithers. Electrical lights and heaters running all day long.
But, sir, every plant and tree will die. Owls will deafen us with incessant hooting.
Yeah, and we can't have that. It's funny. I think it's especially funny because owls are not particularly loud animals. Their hooting can be loud, but anyway, I don't know. Incessant hooting. It's good stuff.
Jaggedness means almost no whooshing sound that would alert their prey.
Wind 528, yeah.
And overall, owl wings are bigger, wider than a pointy falcon wing. So they're slower, but they have more lift.
Mm-hmm. So they can travel at slower speeds.
Flap them as often.
So they can actually. So if you've got a broader wing surface, that means that you can still achieve lift at lower speeds, which also helps with the quietness too.
Less flapping means less noise. We often fear what's fast. Speed and danger seem to go hand in hand. But owls have given up on racing through the day to become champions of sneaking through the night.
Pretty cool. Pretty cool. And if you would like to see some owls, well, shoot, we might end up doing this in a little bit. We might go right into Hoot House at the end of today's stream. We'll see. We'll see. Anyway, Lenina, thanks for prompting that discussion of owls and their cool evolutionary adaptations for silence, for stealthiness. Pretty cool. Can you jump the gun on the shout-out? No, you're good, Claire. Yeah. Partial owls? Me too, Lenina. They're really neat. They're not the smartest birds, or so I'm told. Apparently they have very small brains. But, and they're just not considered very intelligent for other reasons, too. But, man, are they good at what they do. Holy cow. Green Herring says, wow, rude. You know, just, I call him as I see him, Green Herring. You've got another owl coming up? Very cool, Neverwinter. Very cool. Well, we're in for a treat. Let's scroll in. Thank you, Lenina, for posting this. I love a mysterious owl. Desolate Mirror says, I haven't been able to get out much lately, but here's a fairly recent swamp hen of some kind, Southeast Australia. They have nice legs. That is really cool, and man, are those nice legs. And they go all the way to the ground. But also, is that a club moss right there that it's walking through? Or a spike moss? Diagonal would probably know this. Is that a, are they lycopods? What are club mosses and spike mosses? Sorry, fly. Claws for days. Yeah, there you go, Harry. Yeah. But pretty neat. Pretty neat. Gotta love these. Swamp hens are awesome. Laerty. They might be Huperzia, a kind of club moss. Nice. Here, let's look.
Welcome to another edition of Lifestyles of the Large and Extinct.
Firewalk, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. They do look like that, don't they? Huh. Anyway, this just caught my eye. That actually looks like a young monkey puzzle tree. I know it's not, but it looks similar. But yeah, what the swamp hen is walking through almost looks like a spike moss or a club moss. These kinds of plants that were common during the time of the dinosaurs. They're not as common today. These were like ground cover plants back then. Anyway, very cool, Desolate Mirror. Very, very cool. And thank you for sharing. It's good stuff. Birds indeed. Yeah, they're in the rail family near cranes. Let's take a look at swamp hens. Or swampfins, if you take out the hyphen. Swampfins. Oh, here they did take that out. They're related to gallinules. Cool, Neverwinter. Cool. There's the purple swampfin. Purple swamfen. Swamfen. Here's the one from New Zealand that I think is almost flightless, right? Tekahe? And then Alan's gallinule, just like you were saying there, Neverwinter. Yeah, so they're in Rallidae. That's the genus Porphyrio. Yeah. But they are part of Rallidae. Yes, indeed. The rail family. Very nice. Good stuff. And they are flightless. The other one, the Tekahe, is flightless. Interesting, Christy S. Very cool. Very cool. Here, we got to continue on with these. Because, man, have we got a lot to cover. But very nice, Desolate Mirror. Very nice. Thank you for posting. Good stuff. Doki Doki Bacchus says, Canada geese, anyone? Yes, please. Yeah, you gotta love Canada geese. They have so much attitude. You know? They just, like, walk around like they own the place. They drop into town like a motorcycle gang, and they just mess everything up. And they eat all your bread, just like a motorcycle gang would. You know? Yeah. Just looking for trouble. There you go, Alexander, yeah. Yeah. And SB, who are these? Ooh. That looks like it might be... Shoot, what is it again? Meleagris gallopavo. A turkey. North American turkey. Do I have that right? These look like turkeys to me. Yeah, Meleagris gallopavo. Very cool. They are related to chickens. Meleagris gallopavo. Way over there in the galliform birds. Wild turkey and ocellated turkey. Domestic turkey is not part of this because domesticated turkeys are just a domesticated strain of Meleagris gallopavo. Good stuff. Yeah. And is the Australian bush turkey related to these guys? It's not, Valiant Cheese. Like everything from Australia, it's different and weird and cool. Australian bush turkey. Let's just try bush turkey. Crimson turkey bush. No, that's a plant. Australian turkey. Oh, brush turkey. Sorry. You had said you'd probably typed brush, didn't you? The Australian brush turkey, part of the brush turkey group, and they are related to these guys? Megapode birds. Yeah. Nice. Game birds. Bro, do you even game? They do. Very cool. Anyway, yeah. These guys are not megapodes. They probably don't game, but they've got other things to do. They're turkeys. Thank you, SB, for posting. Wild turkeys near my parents' cabin. Very nice. That's super cool to see. Yeah. And Static's talking about the purple swamp hen. Very nice. Dinosaur Dave has got an Aussie Christmas tree. Look at those lorikeets. Do I have that right? Yeah, very nice, Dinosaur Dave. That's beautiful. It really is. Did you take this picture? Very nice. And they are lorikeets with a magpie in the background. Yeah. Just keeping an eye on the scene here. That's awesome. That is awesome. Boy. Aussie Christmas tree. Brilliant. It's a right festive sight there. Thank you, Dinosaur Dave. Dr. Irrefutable's got another Australian dinosaur for us. Holy cow, this is one of my favorite extant animals. Not just favorite extant bird, but favorite extant animal. Look at that. A cassowary. Holy cow. Friend behind glass. Yeah, that's... I've actually never been this close to a live cassowary. They tend to be pretty shy animals. Every time I've seen them in the zoo, they're always way off in the corner. You just barely even see them. But that's really cool. Nice post, Dr. Irrefutable. And Green Herring has got not just a bird photo, but a bird story for us. Green Herring says, most people go to the airport on Christmas for holiday travel. But around here, all the birders went to the airport on Christmas, hoping to catch a glimpse of the rare visiting short-eared owl. Ooh, we've got a rare bird on Christmas Day. Unlike most owls, short-eareds are crepuscular. They are most active around dawn and dusk. Yeah. So it's actually possible to watch them hunting while it's still light out. They fly low back and forth over open fields and airport runways, looking for rodents to snatch up. I know this photo isn't to my usual standards. You might have to take my word for those dark pixels in the middle are an owl on the hunt. Nice. But seeing such an amazing bird for the first time, even at such a great distance, was the best Christmas gift. Christmas disc. What a lovely Christmas gift. That is super cool. Green Herring, that is super cool. A short-eared owl. Where do they normally show up? Let's see if we can find a video of short-eared owls. Here. Here we go. All about owls. I want to learn all about owls.
My name is Rebecca, and I work for the McHenry County Conservation District. I have with me today a short-eared owl. This is a medium-sized owl that gets its name from the short feather tufts on top of her head, which are currently lying down. So cute. In comparison, there's also a long-eared owl. To be clear, these tufts are not their ears.
No.
They are feathers that aid in camouflage while hiding in tall grasses. Her ears are located on either side of her head under her
and they're
feathers.
asymmetrical,
The short-eared owl
right?
is an Illinois state endangered species, mainly due to habitat loss. Short-eared owls prefer open prairies and grassy areas to hunt and nest in.
And apparently airport runways, too. Stay out of those turbines.
The owl makes its nest on the ground and can lay anywhere from 1 to 11 eggs. Not known to nest in McHenry County, they are known to nest in central Illinois. The best opportunity to see...
Look at how cute this owl is. Holy cow, that's nuts. Oh my goodness.
Short-eared owls in McHenry County is in the winter. Glacial Park Conservation Area is a favorite winter hunting ground. They are a crepuscular hunter, meaning they come to...
They are crepuscular. What does this mean, chat? Crepuscular. What part of the day would this be? They only hunt at 10:30 a.m. 10:31 rolls around and they're done. You know?
Outer winter hunting ground. They are a crepuscular hunter, meaning they
One more time. I'm sorry. I just find that really funny.
is a favorite winter hunting ground. They are a crepuscular hunter, meaning they come out to hunt in early morning and early evening. When
Good
the
on her
light
for
is
making
dim.
this video, though, you
Their
know?
primary
Yeah.
diet is small rodents like mice and voles, supplemented with small birds. This interesting owl makes an
You know who this reminds me of is Sweetie Pie, actually. One of those big eyes.
interesting sound. Short-eared owls can make a sound, a call that sounds like a dog barking.
Yeah,
Although
wow.
endangered in Illinois, short-eared owls can be found on every continent except Antarctica and Australia. Thanks for watching,
Wow.
and remember to get outside and enjoy McHenry County Conservation District sites.
Pretty cool. Pretty cool. And Green Herring got to see one, which is pretty awesome. Let's zoom that in there. Zoom in and enhance. There we go. Yeah, and crepuscular does mean relating to twilight or dawn, layer 2. Yeah, both. Yeah, very nice, very nice. That's super cool. You're hardcore, Green Herring. A seasoned birder. Excellent stuff. Yeah. That's super cool that you went... You heard about this... I guess a little birdie told you. That there was a short-eared owl on Christmas Day, I guess? At the airport, and you went out to see... That's... Makes my heart happy. I wish I had that bird connect, you know? I wish I knew where the cool birds hang out. But nobody tells me, you know? Yeah. Thank you, Green Herring. Excellent stuff. Jesus is one of my favorite dinosaurs. In New Zealand, they call them pukeko, which is much nicer than Australasian swamp hen. Yeah, we were just talking about these earlier. Look at those big, ridiculous extremities there. This is on a baby one. So presumably these guys are walking around on water plants. And that's like a snowshoe, basically. Not in the snow, to spread out and keep them from sinking in. That's ridiculous and really funny and awesome. Cheesiness. I've never witnessed nesting behavior, but I've read that they have communal nests and raise offspring as a group. Here's some I met in the Royal Botanic Gardens in Melbourne, when I visited a few years back. Such feats. Yes, indeed. Holy cow. Super cool. Super cool. Yeah. Neverwinter says you need to watch eBird Rare Bird Alerts. That reminds me of, like, you know, I could see that on a news broadcast where it's like, like, rare bird alert. You know, we interrupt this broadcast to bring you a rare bird alert. Yeah. But yeah, or get a local birding Discord or Telegram chat. Yeah, Neverwinter. If I were committed, I would do that. I have too many other things going on. Maybe one of these days, you know? Yeah. Anyway, that's the world I want to live in. Me too, SV Harkin. Me too. Yeah. Aesthetics is adding to the rails for this week the dusky moorhen. Very cool. That's a beautiful photo, too. Lovely composition there, and what a pretty bird. A dusky moorhen. Let's go to dusky moorhen on our tree of life. Away from the gamer birds, toward the railer birds. Dusky moorhen. Gallinula tenebrosa. Australian crake. We're gonna go down to the crake. All these other crakes. There's something very harsh about that word. And more hens. Very cool. That doesn't look like a native hen. What? Yeah. Anyway, cool stuff. Cool stuff. Thank you, Static, for sharing. And what a gorgeous photo. Holy cow. Beautiful. Well, we gotta continue, because I've got dinner to eat in a little bit. Heard Lordy's making pizza. But yeah. Alexander Morrison's got a bunch of snowy egrets helping themselves to some abandoned bait upon a pier. Good for them. Living their best lives. Brian Eng's music has returned. Well, well, well. Let's unmute the site and take a look. Yeah. Oh, man. Snowy egrets pulling off a fish heist. Yeah. Good stuff. Alexander Morrison, thank you for sharing. You even... Oh, man, I love that you credited Brian Eng's music there. That's excellent. This is good stuff. Yeah. Very nice, Alexander. Very nice. Gotta love it. I love watching birds do things. Don't you? Yeah. Credit to the man. Nicely done, Alexander Morrison. This is good stuff. I really like herons and egrets. Genus Herodias is just, yeah. Near and dear to my heart. That paper that features them should hopefully be published sometime soon. Birds doing things or dinosaurs doing things. It's true, Trek Nerd, it's true. Yeah. Tony is my little baby, says Blue Jay screaming as he makes a nest. Good for him. You know? Living his best life. Don't you just wish you could scream as you make a nest? There he is. Yeah. Birds make sense, usually, says SV Hargan. Yeah. Go birds, says Mirror Space. Yeah. Yeah. Good stuff, Tony. Good stuff. Thank you for sharing. Very blue. And Jay Joyce, it's not the best picture, but this is an eastern screech owl. Megascops asio. That's taken up residence in a sycamore tree over my sister's deck. I believe it's a red morph. Screech owl, red morph, go! Nice. See, this is... Oh, man. Owls like this. They do just have kind of a spooky aspect to them. You gotta love them. You gotta love them. The screech owls in particular. They just have this way about them, you know? It's looking right. And Lordy, I'm glad you like this one. Yeah. Owls. Someone should do a supercut of just owls using this music. You know? Yeah. Anyway, good stuff. Blurry, low-color photo. Bigfoot could be in there, too. Yeah, Trek Nerd. I think you're right, you know? Imagine this owl flies away, and you go up and you look inside, and it's just full of Bigfoot bones everywhere. Turns out that's what they eat. And nobody knew. Anyway. Yeah. We just saw Bigfoot, aka Swamp Ants. There you go, Charlie's Dragon, yeah. Yeah. Anyway, good stuff. Thank you for sharing there, J. Joyce. Let's say owl for that. Babzilla's got one of their favorite birds, the vermilion flycatcher. That's such a cool color name, vermilion. Managed to start recording it after it caught a fly, presumably. I need those here in my office. Oh, nice. Yeah, that's an impressive zoom you've got there. Very nice indeed. And is it really just it's probably a larger insect than a fly, because it seems like it's really beating it against that branch to try and kill it. Yeah. But very cool. Oh man, I love to see birds eat. It's just neat, especially like after they've caught something like a bug. Apologies to all the bugs watching, but sorry, it is just cool when birds eat you. Yeah. It's probably a bunch of birds nodding their little heads. You know, they've got their arms crossed in front of their thorax, but they go, yeah, it is cool when birds eat us. Yeah. One of my magpie friends had a massive spider yesterday morning. Didn't eat it, just carried it around for a while. You know, sometimes birds just find a cool spider and they just want to carry it around. Was it dead or was it alive, Ellie Cheese? Yeah. Miss Vet says moth. Yeah, it probably is a moth. Or Mothman. Speaking of X-Files. Or, callback to X-Files. Yeah, I can see that being a moth. It looks mothy, maybe. Or maybe a big old bee or something. I don't know. Anyway. Birds. Sometimes they eat bugs, and those times are cool. And Risu says, my little goldfinch is almost all winter mode. Take a look at that. Very cool. Getting into that winter plumage there. And you know what this reminds me of, Risu? Oh, man. I haven't set it up yet outside. But do you want to see what Lordy got me for Christmas this year? It is a Wi-Fi enabled camera bird feeder like this. The little roof is elsewhere right now. I'll probably repaint it because I don't really like that blue color very much. That's blue. I'm gonna repaint this. But check that out. Hopefully iOS will be able to help me figure out how to broadcast this live on stream. Because I was talking with talking with support for this, and they're like, oh yeah, we don't actually have a web view yet for this, but you can do that through your phone, and so I might have to set up an Android emulator on my desktop computer here, and then hopefully we'll be able to actually watch birds live on Paleontologizing. So that would be really, really neat. That would be really neat. So hopefully iOS can help me with that. We'll see. Yeah, tech support for that company, they did say that they are working on a feature where you can actually view that in your browser, but it's not done yet. And they said they'd notify me when it is. Who knows how long that'll be. So we're going to try and take a shortcut. And anyway, this just reminded me of that, Risu, because you've got one of these webcam bird feeders, and that's super, super neat. And that must be what gave Lordy the idea for that present, so thank you, Risu. Neat stuff. Neat stuff. My cardinal has started to visit, but she's almost always at dark. Interesting, Risu. Okay. Set up a bunch of cameras so you can photogrammetrize the birds. Yeah, and automatically 3D print them, Airspace. Yeah. And Notes from Krautland says, well, it doesn't have to be real time. Just show a video of the bird feeder highlights. I could do that. Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, we'll get that set up soon, but it would be really cool to have it live. We'll have to see if that's possible. And Dinosaur Dave says, can you see the rainbow lorikeet? This is taken from my drone to see some of my non-bird drone images. Check them out here. Very cool. Thank you, Dinosaur Dave. And I do see those lorikeets. Take a look at them. Oh no, there's one. That's funny. I was confused. It looks like multiple birds from far away, but no, it's just one bird. Very multiple colors, though. Good stuff, Dinosaur Dave. Thanks for sharing. Yeah. And, yeah, check out Dinosaur Dave's non-bird drone images there. Good stuff. Rainbow for a rainbow lorikeet. Dr. Tara has got something for us. What could this be? Here, let's unmute the page. Birds outside of a bank. They're probably planning their case in the joint. What are these? They don't sound like starlings. Are they grackles, maybe? They're probably grackles, I'd imagine. Yeah. Pretty neat. Yeah. Oh, and I'm sorry, Blisson. You had to remove your bird feeder. I wasn't allowed to have a bird feeder at my old apartment. Well, I could have a hummingbird feeder, but that was because under HOA rules, hummingbirds were considered insects and not birds. Luckily, where I live now does not have such ridiculous, nonsensical taxonomy. So, yeah. Anyway. I think the award for most birds today goes to Dr. Tara. Yeah. So what does that get? 100 for at least 100 birds. Very nice, Dr. Tara. Thank you. Yeah. Insects are... There you go, Christy. Yes, yeah. Yeah. My apartment complex encourages bird feeders? That's really cool, Daisy McGar. That's actually really cool. I wish more apartment complexes were like that. Casually Average says, I could be mistaken on this identification. Here's what I believe to be a northern harrier. Cirsus hudsonius. Cool. I saw over Seagoville, Texas yesterday. Oh, it does look like a harrier. Yeah, that like downward bent to the head as it's scanning the ground and hovering like that. Like a harrier jump jet. Very cool, Casually Average. Very cool. That's really neat. And a bald eagle. Heliatus leucocephalus. Very, very cool. Yeah, you got some good birds there. Down in Tejas. Very cool. And a great egret too. Very nice. Very nice. Thanks for posting there, Casually Average. Thanks for posting. Yeah. And I think that jet was named after the bird. No, I'm pretty sure the bird was named after the Supermarine. What was it? Supermarine that made the Harrier? I want to say it was. Yeah, this jet that was developed in the 1960s. I'm pretty sure they named the bird after the jet. Yeah. Anyway, good stuff. Miscreation says a noisy miner from Queensland, Australia. As the name suggests, they are very vocal. These guys are social, living in colonies, and they are also territorial. Ooh. They will bully other bird species and gang up on larger birds like eagles, hawks, and kookaburras to make them leave the area. Yeah, mobbing behavior is what we call that. That's super cool, Miscreation. A noisy miner. Let's look them up. Noisy miner. And yep, they're Australian, says Wind 28, yeah. Which means they're gonna be cool and weird. Yeah. Manorina melanocephala. That means like dark-headed. Very cool. And they're related to other miners. Very cool. Which are related to honey eaters, apparently. Huh. I wonder what they feed on. Cool. Anyway, thank you, Miss Creation, for that lovely photo. Let's take a closer look. What a beautiful bird. Holy moly. Gorgeous. Very nice. Very nice. Not to be confused with Minas, exactly, which are from mainland Asia, I think, right? Mina birds. Ms. Art Rules has got some American coots for us. Look at them. I love American coots because they sound like squeaky toys when they make their call, you know? And Emily, hello to you. How you doing? Welcome, welcome. Let me find you an American coot call. But they sound like a squeaky toy. Here we go. Let's pump up the jams. The jet was named for the bird. Yeah, I know, Diagonal. I was kidding. Yeah. I was making a joke, Diagonal. I think the Harrier jump jet was designed and built in like the 60s. So it would have been long after the bird. Oh. That's a lot of swimming and not a lot of calling. Can we get some vocalizations here, please? You old coot. Get to know the American coot.
What looks like a duck, but most definitely isn't a duck? An American coot.
Also a turtle. Oh, never mind. They don't even look like ducks.
But they're actually more closely related to sandhill cranes than ducks.
Very cool.
And unlike ducks, they don't have webbed feet. Instead, they have lobed toes that help them swim and also support their weight walking
like,
coots eat either by submerging their head in the water or diving completely underwater.
Yeah.
When they come to the surface, they pop up like a beach ball would, all at once.
Very cool.
They are clumsy in flight.
To
take off,
awesome.
They run across the water while beating their wings, and they need several yards of this takeoff motion to get airborne.
Huh.
Their diet varies, and they will eat both plant and animal matter. Favorite foods include insects, small
smoke
fish,
detector going off. I
tadpoles,
hope everything's
and aquatic
okay
plants.
upstairs.
They don't always play nice and aren't above stealing
I'll be right
food
back.
from ducks and other birds. But they're also social birds, living and migrating in flocks. The next time you're out near a lake or pond, keep your eyes peeled and see if you can spot these unique birds.
Very cool. American coots. I see these all the time here in the Bay Area. They are neat critters. And Ms. Art Rules, thanks for posting them. A duo of coots. I hope the pizza is okay, Ms. But yeah, me too. We'll see. This my dad would say, at least it's not the fire detector. There you go, SB, yeah. With the flames, yeah, you know, this is fine. Charlie's Dragon, those aren't birds, those are cats. Or a cat. Looking at some birds, very nice. Charlie's Dragon. That is lovely. You know, birds really are like Twitch.tv, but for cats. That's pretty cool. Yeah. Maisie the cat watching a green finch and blue tit, I think could be a great tit, on the bird feeder. Very nice, Charlie's Dragon. Very cool. Oh, Maisie. Am I saying that right, or is it Micey? Anyway. This is probably one of her favorite spots, isn't it? That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. Cats in just chatting. Yeah, there you go, Bliss9. Yeah. I'm saying it right, Maisie? Okay, nice. Yeah. Thank you for sharing, Charlie's Dragon. Pretty cool. We've got a bunch of mammals. Watching a mammal. Looking at a mammal. Looking at a dinosaur. It's nice. Not the best photos, but I adore seeing these little guys. That is a sanderling, is it not, Celeste?
That gives the history of life. It's a very quirky, fortuitous, chancy character. We are literally here only because of the good fortune of dinosaur extinction.
It's true, Tices, and thank you for bringing the good fortune to this channel through your financial support. 7 months of Prime there, Tices. Appreciate you. I really do. Yeah. And, oh, they're a snowy plover. Okay. We get those here in the Bay Area, too, I think. But I'm more used to seeing sanderlings. But sanderlings have a longer bill than this. Plovers have got a short bill like this. So you're totally, of course you're right, Celeste, but very nice. Snowy plover. Let's look up them on the Tree of Life real quick. From a yellow honey eater to a snowy plover. Here it's called the Kentish plover, apparently. That's interesting. Yeah. Charadrius alexandrinus. It's a very dignified kind of name. The snowy plover. Or plover, as you would say in the UK, I suppose. Very nice. Very nice. I need to get better at my shorebirds. But very cool, Celeste. Very cool. They're really fun to watch. Probing around in the sand with their bills. Tarquin says, I don't know what kind of burbs these are, but they were cute and not afraid of parked cars. Those look like Brewer's blackbirds to me. Or they could be grackles, but they look more like Brewer's blackbirds. They look like grackles, says Emily? Okay. Grackles that they are. Cool. Yeah. Very cool, Tarquin. I love me a bird that's not afraid of a parked car. It sounded weird for some reason. But yeah. Yeah. Boat-tailed grackles, says Celeste. Are they really? Boat-tailed grackles. Cool. Here. Boat-tailed grackle. That's a handsome-looking bird. I guess the boat tail means that they kind of come out like that. Interesting. Huh. Let's look at that boat tail. Very nice. Yeah. Cool stuff. Thank you, Celeste, for offering your wisdom there. Tarquin, very nice. Grackles are cool. You see them a lot in parking lots and stuff, but I think I've also seen them in marshy environments. Or maybe maybe they just remind me of red-winged blackbirds, which I often see around reeds and stuff in marshy environments. Very cool, Tarquin. Thanks for posting. An out-of-focus gull looking like the sky tore open. I like that layer drop. See, this is lovely. Thursday Birds Day photos do not have to be super crisp or detailed or even in focus. You know, just get out there and photograph a bird. That's all that's required. Spatial anomaly bird. Yeah, there you go, Clever. I love it, layer drop. Thank you for posting.
If it hadn't been for that great dinosaur who saved us from the American forces, we would all be dead.
My goodness, Bliss9.
Though the money flow is not what it was, I wish to support Smiley Face.
I appreciate you very much, Bliss9. I really, really do. Thank you, for your ongoing support. 8 months. You're helping me stay here on Twitch. Stay on the air. Appreciate that very much, Bliss9. I really do. Thank you. It means a lot. It would be a gull that opened a portal in space. Yeah, there you go, Emily. The only birds I saw today had phalanges. Ningao? Really? What do you mean? You talking about baby Hoatzins with the claws on their wings? Neil says, sandwich tern. Always amazed at the colonial nesters and how they can find their chicks amongst hundreds in the colony, just like a lot of dinosaurs, like duckbill dinosaurs. It's pretty cool. And it's a great photo. I'm not familiar with sandwich terns, Neil. I've never seen one of these. Let's look up. Sandwich tern. Way over here, near the gulls. Sandwich tern. Therna sandvicensis. I like that. Near the elegant tern. Where's the least tern? The great crested tern. The royal tern. And the lesser crested tern. Where's the least tern? Forster's tern. Snowy crowned tern. There's a lot of terns. Holy cow, there's more than I thought. Huh. Peruvian tern, black fronted tern. So many terns. Caspian tern. Large-billed tern. Demarit. So many terns. My goodness. Chinese crested tern. That doesn't sound real. I shouldn't be joking. They are critically endangered. Oof. But very cool, Neil. Very cool. Yeah. None of them were named U-turn. Yeah, there you go, Jen Wen. Intern. Yeah. Turn about is fair play, etc. Cheeseness mentioned an Aussie magpie having an 8-legged breakfast during the stream. Here's a photo. You got a oh, that's so cool. Valiant Cheese. That is a big old spider. Holy cow, it almost looks like a tick. Wow, you've got some big spiders there in Australia. That's really neat. Yeah. Good stuff. Valiant Cheese, good stuff. Thank you for posting. Here, that's such a good photo, too. Holy cow, that's a big old spider. Yeah, real monsters. Yeah. Classic Australis is green herring. Yep. But none of them want to eat humans, though, so they're not as scary as, say, bear, mountain lion, or moose. Yeah, I'm always worried about getting eaten by a moose. Thank you for posting. I'm blown away by this, that you actually had a photo of that. It's so cool. Oh, man. Very cool. Very cool. And Herman, I don't think I've seen you post here before, but welcome to Paleontologizing. Welcome to the Discord. I've always wanted to show off this picture, but you can barely see these. I think common buzzards from Punjab in India. Looking really cool walking across the farmland. I stopped and got off my scooter to snap this pic while exploring the surrounding farms and stuff. Let's zoom in.
Let's protect our fossils.
And enhance.
If they're removed, America loses them forever.
And Hermit, thank you so much for subscribing. Holy cow, that's a recurring sub there too. Thank you very, very much. Thank you for supporting science here on Twitch, Herman. I appreciate you. Holy moly, let's see these buzzards. Yeah, look at them. Very nice. Very nice. Oh man, that's cool. I've wanted to go to India for a really long time, and they've got some really cool birds there, and some cool dinosaur fossils there too. Really neat. Yeah. I wonder if we can figure out what they are. Indian buzzard, maybe? Let's just search buzzard. Lizard buzzard, that's cool. What a neat name. The lizard buzzard. Apparently it's not a buzzard at all, it's a kind of hawk? Buzzards might not even be a monophyletic group. Let's try the black-breasted buzzard. Madagascar serpent eagle. Such cool common names for these guys. You know, it might be a vulture that you were looking at, actually. Here. Let's go to vultures. It'll be an old world vulture, though, if it's in India. If it is indeed a vulture. Probably not one of these guys, because they're all endangered. Or critically endangered. Holy cow. Himalayan vulture, probably not that. Griffin vulture. Yeah, I don't know. Huh. Probably not a vulture, actually. That's such a shame that most of these guys are not doing well. Huh. And buzzard is the old world term for buteos. Interesting. Buteos. Okay, cool. Cool. Yeah. Many old world vultures are in trouble. Yeah, green herring. That's distressing. That's a lot of red on those branches there. Yeah, and red means endangered or critically endangered, like in the case of the hooded vulture. Yowza. Anyway, very cool, Herman. Thank you for posting. This is excellent. Thanks for sharing. And that's the end of Thursday Birds Day there. Or maybe I'll show you... Let's see, I did not get out enough this week, but I did manage to take a picture of a bird. There we go. Anybody know what that is? This is when I went up to the top of the Oakland Hills the other day. There's a view of San Francisco Bay down there. There's Oakland and Alameda and probably Hayward over there. And San Francisco is off in the distance across the bay. And on my way back down, amidst the pampas grass and this pine, whatever kind of pine this is, that is a mockingbird. Yeah. It is a mockingbird, Lenina. Yes, indeed. I could see it better than the camera could. I zoomed in as far as I could take it. And this is the best I could get, but a mockingbird. So yeah. Was it mocking me? It was mocking with me. Valiant cheese. It wasn't mocking me in particular. You know? Yeah. And yet that tail angle is a giveaway, Lenina. You're right. Yeah. Anyway, good stuff. Yeah. Hope you enjoyed Thursday Birds Day today. And make sure to get out there, away from the computer screen, and go commune with the birds a little bit this next week, before our next Thursday Birds Day. Can't wait to see what you photograph. Anyway, for right now, we are going to wrap up this stream here. And we're going to go find somebody to raid. So don't go away just yet. We might even take a look at some more birds. Let's see here. Oh, holy cow, we've got eggs. We've got eggs. For the owls. Yeah, we're gonna go see some live owls in their nest box at Hoot House Livestream with night vision cameras. We're gonna go enjoy some owls and watch them do their thing. Very cool. Thank you to everybody whose names are showing up here in our credits. Thank you for your support. Both financial support, that's the reason I can continue to do this, so thank you all of those financial supporters, cheerers and gifters and subscribers. Thank you to those other supporters like our moderators who keep things family friendly around here and keep me sane during these broadcasts. Thank you, moderators. Thank you to the new followers, to the raiders, and also those lurkers, and the question askers, and the chatters, and everybody else. I appreciate you. I really do. I'll be streaming again tomorrow, so catch me then. In the meantime, all of you take care of yourselves, and yeah. I'll see you soon. Bye-bye. And thank you, Tiny Irish Viking, for the follow right there under the wire. Appreciate you, Tiny Irish Viking. I hope to see you tomorrow for some more paleontology. All right, take care. Bye-bye.